only the host can do.
Has he joined again or not yet?
So he's your speaker.
Oh, okay. So he's co-host now?
Yes, sir, he's co-host.
Okay, let's see whether...
I can see the name here, sir.
Yeah.
So I think John.
I will call him. I'll call him again. See what is the issue. Okay.
Ah, Ailo, the
Vedant, mute yourself, bro.
yeah, sorry, sorry.
It's okay.
Uh, Hello, this is Sanjay Chitnis here.
Yes,
You're
sir.
able to hear me? Yeah. So actually, he seems to have some technical problem for Zoom only. He has tried 3 times rebooting the computer and starting the Zoom app, etc. So what we'll do is he's going to share the slides with me, which I will play from my desk, or probably I think I'll share with one of the student volunteer only, because it will be easier from there. And what I'll do is I'll keep my microphone near the speakers, so that he can, it will get basically transmitted through that. Okay, so through audio call we are going to run this. Fine. So what you can do is in chat message you tell me if volume and other things are okay. Fine. So if it is fine, then we can run it that way. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Sir, can you just tell the speaker to speak on so that we can test if it's fine with the chat to do audio call?
Yes. When he starts, we'll test everything first and then only
Sure,
start.
sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Sir, you can email me the PPT. I'll
Yeah,
play
yeah,
it.
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So I will be sharing, we'll test audio and all first through this mechanism, and then we will start.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, sure. First, I want to check with the participants if his audio is okay. So Ram sir, can you speak something? Yeah. So yeah, can you speak something so that audience will tell whether they're able to hear you? Yeah, opening we'll do PowerPoint presentation. Meanwhile, just audio we were seeing whether participants are able to hear. So participants, can you just tell me whether it's working?
I was not able to hear anything, sir.
Hello. Yeah, hello.
Sir, is sir speaking? Because if he's speaking, we
Yeah,
cannot.
one
hear
minute.
anything.
One
Yeah.
minute. Yeah. So participants, can you please confirm whether audio is working? Ram sir, can you speak again? Yeah. So yeah,
No,
audience.
sir. I don't think so.
I think I was not able to hear anything from my end.
Yeah, same here.
No, sir.
You're
No,
not
sir.
able to hear. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Sir, Zoom has a phone call option, sir, where you enter a phone number and through the phone call, it automatically joins Zoom, sir.
Is it the Indian number there in that list?
I'm not
No,
sure.
sir.
Huh?
You can
Like
find
anyone
out.
can join, I guess. It's a +1 number.
US
Yeah.
number, right?
Yeah,
So
but
through
I think.
phone, I guess you can join the meeting with the same link. I think that would work.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's also one thing. Ram, is it possible to join Zoom through your phone? Yeah.
Or for the last option,
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
try out the calling thing, sir. Like I
Yeah,
haven't
PowerPoint
tried.
will slide from here and you can join the Zoom through phone, the same link. Sure. We can try that. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Sir, you can send the PPT.
Yes, I will send. I'll send right now. Yeah, to whom should I send?
Sir, vedantviBadiga@gmail.com.
Okay. Yeah, so I have sent the PPT and then you can get the co-host access so that you can share also. Otherwise, I'll give share access to everybody.
Sanjay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
Sanjay.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
I'll just play,
Yeah.
play the PPT,
Sure.
sir. Just give me a
Sure.
minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your co-host also now, so no problem. Yeah.
Okay.
So students will share. I think this will work way best. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, it's working, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, great.
Oh, good.
Great.
Good.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, great. So, yeah, so good actually. Sometimes when we have some issue, right, it's an opportunity to innovate and start different things.
That's
So,
right. That's right.
yes. So one of our student is sharing the slides, so you can of course tell to go ahead with next slide.
The slide is also open in front of me, so I can
Yes.
tell you when he can have a look at. Whenever I change the slide, he can also change the slide. Or he won't be able to see my screen.
He won't be able to see the screen, but you can tell him.
Sir, you just
he can
have to tell next slide. He will change the slide for you, sir.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay.
Wonderful. Okay. So let's get started. We have very, very senior and eminent speaker today. It was really my fortune that actually when I joined my first job in Motorola, he was the one who interviewed me from HR side. But so it's a really long association. But he has actually moved on to a lot of interesting assignments. So our MC will formally introduce him. I just wanted to quickly welcome him. Welcome Ram again. And you may feel that I'm using first name because in Motorola that was a tradition. Like everybody, from CEO onwards, we have to call people with first name. So we're always accustomed to calling him Ram rather than Mr. Ramchandran. So I feel sometimes very odd to call Mr. Ramchandran, etc. But yeah, whatever be the name, I think. So really warm welcome, and we are very happy to have you here for our students. So let's go ahead. So I request MC to introduce him and let's take it forward.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the morning session of Prerna 2021, day 5. We might be masters of our thoughts, but still we are the slaves of our own emotions. Emotion should not overpower us. It should stay under our control. So today's topic is emotional intelligence. Mr. V. Ramachandran is the founder and CEO of VC Associates, an independent business, strategy, and management consultancy, executive coaching, and designs assessment and development centers for large corporations. Mr. Ramachandran has over 3 decades of corporate experience in many of the blue chip companies of the world. Starting his career in BHEL, Ram has worked for a lot of Indian companies like Associated Capsules Group, Golden Tobacco Company, Coromandel Indac Group, and the Murugappa Group. He has also worked for a number of MNCs like Texas Instruments, Motorola, Standard Chartered Bank, AT&T, and Air Mauritius. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, fine. So is the floor mine? Can I take?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks. So today's topic is on emotional intelligence. Very many years ago, almost I'm going back around 20 years. I was the HR manager at that time with a company called Texas Instruments. So for many of you who are aspiring to be engineers in another 4 or 5 years' time, you would know what Texas Instruments represented. It was one of the very first companies that came into India after the MNCs left India much earlier because of Mr. George Fernandez's make it Indian and make it more indigenous sort of calls. Companies like IBM and all that left the country. But after that, in late 80s, Texas Instruments was the first US company to come to India, set up 100% EOU and start exporting software. And that's how the software industry was born in India. So I'm talking about mid to late 80s. And we were always recruiting the best because it was an American company. We were at the front end of technology, front end of R&D. We used to go only to the IITs to recruit our people, our employees. The 5 IITs, the Banaras Hindu University, and BITS Pilani. That's all my hunting ground was. So in a way, we used to get the best of the students. Highly intelligent, we used to put them through a sort of a qualifying test, and then there was a grueling interview. And we were absolutely sure that the students that we got into Texas Instruments were the very best. Their IQ, and very many of you would know, IQ stands for intelligence quotient, was of the order of about 120 to 130, sometimes even touching 140, which means from a pure brain power, they were the best. Now, one would expect that once they came into the company like Texas Instruments, and we were all the very best, all of them would do very well in life. But today, after 20, 25 years, if I look back on some of the students, I mean, some of the employees who were recruited, only some of them have been successful. Some of them have become founders of large organizations in India. Some of them have gone on to bigger jobs, but some of them have sort of lagged behind. And they are doing smaller jobs, maybe left their original calling of becoming a software engineer or a semiconductor engineer. So this led somebody in the mid-1970s called Dr. Daniel Goleman to understand how come when a person is having a very high IQ, he's still unsuccessful. Does it mean that if anybody has got a high IQ will always be successful? What else goes into helping the intelligence quotient to enable the intelligence quotient to turn the person to be a success? What else goes in? And he came out with what is known as emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is an add-on, but it is a very essential part of being human to become successful in life, successful in your journey, successful in your career, and successful in whatever you aim to do. It is not simply brainy people who make up the world. It is also people who are emotionally intelligent. In other words, emotional intelligence is something that is a part and parcel of your well-being to become successful. So as you embark on your 4-year, 5-year career in engineering, hopefully to get into a business, to get into a company, to become engineers, managers, presidents, vice presidents, etc., what is an important part of your life is you should be able to manage, and you should be able to have and develop your emotional intelligence to a large extent. So with that, let me start with a story. This story goes back again to TI. One of the students that I recruited was from IIT Kharagpur. He was #1 in his electrical engineering and computer science class. He had the President's Gold Medal. Came in, joined us, and within 3 years, I was given the task of terminating him. I had to terminate him because even though he was highly intelligent, even though he completed his projects on time, his interpersonal relationships, the way he interacted with his colleagues, the way he interacted with his superiors, the way he interacted with his subordinates was very, very jarring. In other words, we didn't expect him to have a very poor interpersonal relationship. We told him at the time when we asked for his resignation, you are good in jobs where that requires no interpersonal relationships, which could be a highly R&D oriented center where you work on a particular project, particular task, and you don't rely on anybody else. 99% or more than 99% of jobs in industries, in companies, require you to be collaborative and work along with others. Interpersonal relationship is what industry expects. Now, you would wonder, why is industry asking this of us? Because industry knows that with teamwork comes better products. With teamwork and collaboration comes better solutions. And that is why we insist on that. Now, what you do so far in your life has been of individual accomplishments. You want to get better grades. You want to become number one in class. You want to get first rank in class. The industry looks for people with high IQ. The educational industry looks for people with high IQ. And the output of the educational industry is the input for the industry, the general commercial industrial complex. And there, suddenly the demand is different. So you could be a person with high IQ, but if you are a person with not a high EQ, then there is a jarring note. In other words, you may or may not succeed. So with this, let us move on to the next slide, slide number 2. And here, Daniel Goleman, the founder of EQ, said there are 4 components for the emotional intelligence. One is self-awareness and perception. Number 2 is self-management. Number 3 is social awareness. And number 4 is relationship management. These are the 4 components of what makes EI, or emotional intelligence. From emotional intelligence, when you start measuring emotional intelligence, you get emotional quotient. In other words, it's a number. Now, what is self-awareness and perception? What is self-management? What is social awareness and relationship management? We will go over in a few minutes' time. But before that, I want to talk to you about something else, and that makes me go to the 3rd slide. And that is the connection between neuroscience and emotional intelligence. What happens when we, as human beings, come in front of a tiger or a lion or an enormous elephant, animal in the jungle? What is our first reflex? Our first reflex are called the 2 F's. Either we flee, F-L-E-E, flee, or we fight. The person who is scared because he comes in front of a tiger or a lion, he's scared and he's paralyzed. His motor function stops working. and is paralyzed with fear. Fear is an emotion. When emotions overtake us, our physical and motor ability ceases to exist. We stay paralyzed. Our eyes stand rooted and fused to a certain target, and we are unable to move. What is happening to us within our bodies? In our brain, there is a center called amygdala, amygdala, amygdala. This is the emotional center of the brain. When you see a lion or tiger, fear comes out of you. You are afraid. That fear resides in the amygdala. On the other hand, if you are with your girlfriend or with your better half, you are happy. Happiness is an emotion. Where does happiness come from? From the same amygdala. Amygdala is a center, is a spot in the brain which controls, does not control, which is the container of all our emotions. All our emotions means it is the emotion of fear. It is the emotion of anger. If we feel angry with someone, the emotion of anger is also from amygdala. The emotion of frustration, the emotion of not having achieved something, all these emotions put together are centered around the amygdala. So, when you look at the left-hand side of the graph, the 5 senses from the external world, the sense of touch, the sense of smell, sight, and all these 5 senses through which we get the external cues from the external world as a human being, what happens to it, the 5 senses are sent to what is called the prefrontal cortex, the thinking part of your brain. It resides on your forehead. So the forehead is your prefrontal cortex. You appear to take all the signals from the world, from the nature, and from the nature to your prefrontal cortex. And then the senses, the brain looks at, how is this? Is this a new sense or is it an old sense? Have I gone through this experience before or have I not gone through this experience before? And then immediately sends it to the amygdala and then compares it. Have I gone through the same emotion before? How did I react? What was my response? Should I have the same response again? So the brain gives you the signal as to how to react. And only then, after the signal from the brain comes, you are able to move. The motor ability part of your body only happens only after the signal comes from the brain. Run, and you start running. Freeze, and you start freezing, even though it may be a warm day. So, why am I giving this is your emotions are part and parcel of your psychosomatic framework. As a person, you have a brain and you use it. And when you have the brain, you have all the emotions associated with the brain. And therefore, you need to know how to manage the emotions. Let's go on to the next slide. So if I were to ask, what is emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is a set of emotional and social skills that collectively establish how well we perceive and express ourselves, develop and maintain social relationships, cope with challenges, and use emotional information in an effective and meaningful way. It is a predictor of success in life and work. I draw your attention to all the words which are all bold, emboldened. In other words, on the first line, there is emotional and social skills. The social skills is the interpersonal skills that I talked about. You need to have social skills to be emotionally stable. And Daniel Goleman was of the view that as long as you don't perceive and perceive yourself as emotionally stable, as somebody who's contributing to the welfare of the society, as long as you don't think good of yourself, it'll be unable for you to be a success. In other words, you have to be proud of what you're doing as a person, as an individual. You should perceive it as something that you are able to do very well. That is under your mastery. When you're able to perceive, and there is a lot of self-worth about yourself, then automatically you will start expressing yourself well. In other words, both your self-awareness and your self-expression, both of these should go hand in hand. One does not necessarily follow the other. But unless you are well aware of what you're... Hello?
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah,
Please
okay.
continue, sir.
Okay. So unless you are well aware of what your self-awareness is, you cannot express yourself fully. And the third component is a social relationship. And this is where we talk about the interpersonal relationship as well as your social responsibility. We'll slowly come to that again. When you have an emotional stability, when you have an emotional outlook and emotional intelligence which is high, then you will be able to cope with challenges. Consider, for example, a person who gets angry very quickly. If he is not able to control his emotion called anger, will his relationship be always good? Will people come to him automatically? Will he be a person who will people come to when they need help? No. Now, if you put a person who is calm and who is always, always thinking before he acts, if you put him in a job which requires a high amount of focus and high amount of concentration, would he be happy in that job? In other words, you see me using the word happiness. Happiness comes out when your emotional intelligence profile and the job profile, what you're doing, coincide. If you're in a stressful job, in other words, which is very highly demanding, like let's say example, an airline pilot. An airline pilot's job is extremely, extremely demanding. He has to have his senses all around him as he takes off and lands. One mistake and it will be quite fatal, not only for him, but also for all the other people that he's interacting with, his passengers, and more important than that, his own cabin crew and his own people in the aircraft. Many of you, I don't know how many of you would have seen a movie called Sully, Captain Sully, the person who landed his plane in the Hudson River in New York. He had no choice. Both the engines packed up. there was a bird strike in the aircraft. He had to land the aircraft, and he landed it in the Hudson River because that's where he could go. The plane had become a sort of a glider rather than a plane. Both the engines had packed up. What did he do? Captain Salinger never lost his emotional intelligence or emotional quotient. He was calm. People back in the aircraft did not know what he was going through. But he was evaluating all his options and finally said to the air traffic controller, "We can't go anywhere else. There is no other airport because we won't be able to make it. I am landing in the Hudson." Till the last moment, until the aircraft hit the Hudson River, people did not know where they were landing. There were about 139 people on board. Captain Sully, after the plane landed in the water, was going round and round asking his cabin crew, "Are all accounted for?" Why is this important? Because as an airline pilot, your primary job, your only job, is to ensure that passengers are safe and that not a single life is lost because of an accident. So even after he lands the aircraft in Hudson, even after he goes and lands up, after the boat takes him back to the shores, he is around that place asking and making sure that all the 139 passengers are safe. What is this called? It is called a social awareness. This is where the social relationship that is coming in the second bullet is important. As a pilot, you need to have a very high social awareness. You need to know what your passengers need, and you need to be forever concentrating on their well-being and happiness. Some jobs require high social awareness, and social awareness is important for some jobs. For example, a person who works in an NGO, you can't work for an NGO unless your social awareness is high. You are empathetic to the people who need your help. An NGO is by nature and by definition something that needs to do with the development of another person, another human being, or another group of human beings. If you don't have that empathy, you cannot be successful. A doctor without high emotional intelligence cannot be successful because he needs to understand the EQ of his patients as well. He has to have that interpersonal relationship, and he should be aware, and his social awareness should be higher. Now, I have gone into various aspects of emotional intelligence, and it is very easy to measure the emotional intelligence. There are, to make it simple, I put it in a sort of a graph, and I'm going to the next slide. That is what is called the components of EI. There are 5 main dimensions. The first one is self-perception. I talked to you about it. The self-perception should be high. In other words, the self-perception has got 3 subcomponents. We come to that afterwards. The next one is self-expression. If your self-perception, your self-awareness, your self-worth is high, your self-expression as to what you're doing, how you're feeling about a certain job that you're doing is automatically high. You feel that you're doing something for the society, you're doing something for your group, you're doing something for your organization. That cannot happen in isolation. Therefore, your interpersonal relationship, the third dimension, is important. How you interact with people, how you take them into confidence, how you include them in your decision making, All that is important. And the fourth one is decision making. How do you take a decision in moments of crisis? How do you take a decision when the crisis is not there in normal circumstances? How do you take decisions when you know that there's an imminent danger? Do you consult others or do you go on your own? That is a fourth part of your emotional intelligence. And the final one, this stress management will not happen unless the four other dimensions, the self-perception, self-expression, interpersonal relationships, and decision-making are in harmony. If any of those four are not in balance, your stress goes up. In other words, you are not aligned within yourself, with all your emotions. Okay, so this is a very important part of emotional intelligence. What it also tells us is, can we develop our emotional intelligence? Yes, you can, because it has been successfully sort of analyzed as to what makes up the 15 subcomponents of emotional intelligence. The 15, each of those 5 main dimensions which are on the sheet there, self-perception, self-expression, interpersonal, and decision-making and stress management, have got 3 subcomponents below them. And you can directly go to each one of them and see wherein are you strong or wherein are you weak. Now remember, there is nothing which is bad or nothing which is good. You can be either one extreme which is weak, or you can be strong. But there's nothing, weak does not mean it is bad. And simultaneously, strong does not mean it is good. Let me elaborate. For example, if you look into decision making, there is something called impulse control. Okay, impulse control comes in flexibility, decision making. Again, take the example of the pilot. His decision making in moments of crisis has to be quick. He has got a few seconds to respond to save the lives of passengers. But that is low impulse control. In other words, his action should be very, very fast, but at the same time, it should not be reckless. It should not be out of panic. And that is the reason why pilots receive training every 6 months in their career. They have to go for self-certification, make sure that they are always up to date. And their hours and hours and hours of training makes them automatically respond to a crisis or a disaster without thinking. Their behavior at the moment of crisis is always as if it's an automatic habit. So, with a lot of training, one can express this sort of, become more stronger in your components of emotional intelligence. Now, let me go quickly through these 5 elements. Okay, self-regard. Under self-perception, you've got self-regard. You have to have confidence in yourself, in your ability to come out with the best. Your self-actualization, which means, are you there or are you looking for more knowledge? Are you looking for more experience? As adults, we just don't look at knowledge only from textbooks or classrooms. We have to have continuous development. Many times, even your school and college education, think as you enter into DSU today, Dayanand Sagar University, what it is making you. It is making you aware of the importance of learning. It is not important about what you learn, because what you learn, you can pick up from textbooks. The DSU is making you realize that continuous development is necessary, continuous learning is necessary, and it teaches you to learn continuously. If DSU's output for every one of you there is to make you feel that you should always be learning, that you should always be developing, DSU has achieved its objective. Every staff member, every teacher, every professor there has achieved the objective to make you thirsty for knowledge and self-development, continuous self-development. Emotional self-awareness is understanding my emotions. Am I able to understand what I'm going through as a person? Am I angry at the moment? Am I frustrated at the moment? Am I able to express it to others so that they understand my emotions? That's important. In other words, you become something other than being immersed in your own emotions. You are able to stand back and then realize where you are. Are you angry? If you are angry, what should you do? Are you happy? If you are happy, what should you be doing? Okay. The second dimension is self-expression. How do you express yourself? If you say I am angry, people will understand that you're angry. They might avoid coming to you. But if you say, look, I'm not in a frame of mind where I can discuss with you now, can we have this conversation another 15 minutes later? They will know that you are not ready for the conversation. In other words, you yourself realize that you will not be able to carry on a conversation without your emotions hijacking your amygdala. Be careful. Let your emotions not hijack your brain. When it hijacks your brain, you overreact. Okay. The second component is assertive. How effectively are you able to stand up and assert your point of view without hurting others? In other words, can you disagree without becoming disagreeable? Can you make your point of view? Make sure that the other person understands your point of view, and can you also equally understand his point of view? After all, there is nothing known as absolute truth. Truth is in the eyes of the beholder. What I see is truth for me, but it could be totally different for you. Can we understand and appreciate that everybody has got a point of view? And therefore, it is important for us to listen. At the same time, if you want to make a point in terms of saying my truth is a truth that is good for the organization, good for the team, then are you able to assert it? Self-expression is also important in terms of independence, standing on your own 2 feet. Are you able to be an independent person without looking at others for help? How this comes from high self-confidence, which is there in your earlier slide. If I move on to the third part of it called interpersonal relationship, there are 3 elements: developing and maintaining good relationships, recognizing and appreciating how others feel, and most importantly, as we talked about the pilots, social responsibility. How much are we contributing to the society at large? And does our job require us to be contributing to society? The NGO example and the pilot examples are prime examples. If you have a low social responsibility, you will not be happy in a NGO job. And that leads to stress, which leads because it is not aligned with your value or with your emotions, where your social responsibility is low. Nothing bad in that, as I mentioned. But if you don't have that as an element in you, you will not be happy in an NGO organization. So that is where alignment comes in, and that is why the stress management is important. The fourth part of it is decision making, problem solving, effectively managing emotions when solving problems. Are you able to manage your emotions when people come to you for seeking solutions to problems? Or are you frustrated? Why can't they understand? It's such a simple thing. You're letting your emotions go. And when you do that, there is a problem in terms of interpersonal relationship. People will stop coming to you. Reality testing is something that you seeing things as they really are. In other words, you have been through it, you know what is happening, and you know that certain solutions will produce certain results. And because of your experience, you know, by going through a certain path, you may achieve success or not success. But you should be able to have that reality testing communicatable to others as well. Look, I've gone through this. This is the experience I've had. Most important in decision making is your impulse control, ability to resist or delay impulses. Do you take a knee-jerk reactive decision, or do you take a reflective decision? That's important. Is it reflective or is it reactive? Reactive means low impulse control. Reflective means high impulse control. You're able to go through your mind to see what a certain decision would entail. How will it impact my people? How will it impact my colleagues? How will it impact my company? That is reflective decision making. Reactive decision making, if there's a company command saying that, you know, you need to lose 20% of your people, you go in unnecessarily without thinking and losing 20% of your people, letting them off. That is reactive. So what is your decision making style? Should there be a balance? And if there is a balance, how much of it should be reflective and how much of it should be reactive? The higher you go in the organization, the higher you go in a business world, you need to fine-tune your reflective decision making rather than your reactive decision making. I'm going to the next slide. Finally, stress management. How quickly are you able to adapt to changes? How flexible are you? In personality, they say there is a core personality, so you cannot change a core personality. Yes, you can't, but you can flex it. In other words, if you're a person who is with a low impulse control, in other words, you are reflective, then in moments of crisis, you need to move into decision-making mode faster. Will you be flexible enough in that? Do you know what are the circumstances under which you need to be flexible? Stress tolerance, successfully coping with stressful situations. I should warn you that stress tolerance cannot be tolerated, for a better word, for a long period of time because stress itself is very, very tiresome. So people will burst if they are under stress for a long period of time. Are you able to discern that? And finally, how optimistic are you in terms of seeing your emotions and playing it out on people? The more you use positive emotions, which is motivation, happiness, sense of sharing, these are all optimistic emotions. The pessimistic emotions are fear, anger, frustration. If you use those, it's not going to be helpful in the long run. Short run, maybe. Long run, no. Definitely no. Because stress over a long period of time is harmful. Stress over a short period of time could perhaps get your blood pressure up. Maybe it's good for you for a short time. So these are the final. I'm going to the next slide. The dimensions, so 5 dimensions and 3 sub-dimensions each, which tell you how to see where you are. In a typical emotional intelligence questionnaire, we have questionnaires how to measure your emotional intelligence. The report comes out with where you are strong and where you are weak. Nothing good or bad, but you can tell you, your self-respect, you can work on that because you don't have that confidence. It's a little bit weak. So look at the factors on the right-hand side of the slide and see what are those factors there which help you make and where you are on that slide. If it's a self-respect factor, where are you there? Under the self-respect, is it strong or is it weak? And what is good for you? Remember, not everything has to be strong for you to have a strong EQ. But there is a balance that is required for you to maintain your stress. And that is what we are looking for. So if you look at the normal score of people as to what they do in terms of emotional quotient, roughly about 85% of the population below or high, between 85 to 115% of the population would be in the range of what is called the normal distribution for emotional intelligence. Anything about 115, and these are all scores that you get, is high EQ. This is distribution of annual goal. He has done that, and it is that across the globe, irrespective of country, or irrespective of the region or continent, people follow and fall under the same normal distribution. That's what it is. So, how do you manage this? Strategies for developing high self-management. I'm not going to take more than 5 more minutes on this. So higher self-management is avoid emotional hijacking. Getting angry, getting frustrated is called amygdala hijacking. Avoid getting that. Try to cool down. And some of the things that you can do is to breathe deeply. Drink a cup of water. you won't realize that even drinking a cup of water for a few seconds tells other person that you are putting yourself under control. Do long division in your head. Do something which keeps your mind occupied. Remind yourself of your values. So these are things which will help you manage your self-management. There are other things that you can look at. To disagree without being disagreeable. Choose your words carefully. Instead of saying, I disagree, say, I see it differently. It would mean a lot. It's only words. But if you say, I disagree, the other person who hears you is always on the defensive. He's put under the defensive. He's under stress. My God, why is he disagreeing with me? Imagine if you're his boss and if you say, I disagree, you're putting the other person under stress. But you say, hey, I see it differently. There could be a different solution. And again, there is no time out for free will. If you have it always. So no one makes you do anything. You have the choice of doing it. So what it means is, in example after example, you have to experiment with what happens and then see whether it works for you. It may not work for everyone. It is not a universal solution, but it could work for you. It may not work for others. Final slide. There are actions to focus in order to diffuse conflict. There are certain things that one tries to avoid in an industrial or an organization, and that is to, openly conflict with other people. Conflict is bad. But there are words that sort of provoke and invoke that conflict mindset. Those 6 words that you should try to avoid are saying the word you, or can't, or should. You should always do this. You should come on time. But, always and never. These are all words that you have to watch out for. Use them as sparingly as possible. Again, one more word which I don't use in my coaching practice is why. If you ask a person a question, why did you do this? It again puts him or her in a defensive position. But on the other hand, if I change my words and say, what made you do this? It is completely impersonal. The person is not on a defensive track after that. But if you ask the question, why did you do this? That person is defensive. Automatically, the defense mechanism comes up. What is a good word to use in a question rather than why? Why is too direct. So there are methods that you use to ensure that you are able to avoid using these words. If you don't want to be too direct, you can use what is called the easy methodology. Express your feeling. John, I'm a little bit upset about this. Address it. I want to ensure that when I talk to you about this topic, I don't fly off my handle. So I want to take another 30 minutes and then I want to get prepared myself for the conversation. Then the last one is a question. Can you come after 30 minutes? We will discuss this. When you use the easy methodology, you are under control of your emotions. More importantly, you are able to articulate it to the other person so that he understands you. Okay. And again, in a business context or an organizational context, never again tell people at work this, I am angry. Because when you say, I am angry, they know that your emotional handle is off, that you could react in any way. And people in organizations and different circumstances can be angry. The question is, will they be able to manage that anger in a positive way so that that anger can be subjected to a more rational thinking and a possible solution at the end. So the last two slides tell you how to handle it, how you can train yourself to handle your emotions. And most important of all, remember this, the words that you use are very, very important to keep your emotions in check so that your emotions do not hijack your amygdala. So with this, the last slide is thank you for a very, very patient listening. And I can open up for questions, any clarifications.
Yeah, please go ahead. Students, you can unmute yourself and ask questions. Or you can put it in chat box as well. So Vedant, can you read out some of the questions
Sure, sir.
to the speakers? Yeah.
DSU to, I don't know who is this. Please let us know if there are any benchmarked metrics for emotional intelligence. Does it have a time and spatial dimension?
Yes, it does. There are standardized questionnaires for to manage and measure emotional intelligence. And it is also experimented. The experiments are there to prove that as one goes up in terms of age, in terms of 50 and 60 and 70, emotional intelligence comes down. The prime age when people can exercise a lot of control on their emotions are between the ages of about 20 to around 40, 45. Between 20 and 45, there is a positive correlation. Above 45 to around 55, there is less positive correlation, but there is still elements of positive correlation. But above 55, that correlation coefficient comes down rapidly. The instruments that are used, there are emotional intelligence questionnaires that are available that can be used, that will give you individual reports, because every individual is different, and therefore you won't find two reports of identical nature. I hope I have answered your question.
Okay. So the next question is from Mega B. So it's not really clear, but I'll just start. I'll just ask the question of how I understood. So sometimes self-respect can damage the relationship, and at that time, is self-respect more important than the relationship, or is it the other way around?
That's an interesting question. The self-respect is an important part of your emotional makeup. That is the fountainhead of that. Therefore, you have to start with that. You have to have a very high self-respect of what you are, your self-worth. If that is low, your confidence is low, and everything else fails. In other words, it is the foundation of your emotional framework. If you have a low self-worth, your interpersonal relationship will also be low because you will be very shy. Low confidence would mean that you may not even interact with another person. Low confidence would mean that you're tentative with your answers and with your collaboration with the other person. Therefore, I would say that you have to put self awareness and self regard at a high. It's important for you to be confident about what you know, who you are, and how you can express yourself. Yep.
Yes, sir. So Pramod and Rudra are, I guess, asking the same question. So, is there any way that we can train our mind to be calm and thoughtful in a stressful situation? Is there a way that we can practice that? So that's the question.
Yeah. So I talked about a couple of things there. Sipping a glass of water when you're under stress. You're talking about making sure that you're aware that you are under emotional stress. Always understand where you are from an emotional standpoint. But things people have successfully adopted other methodologies. For example, mindfulness. I think you have heard you had a session of mindfulness yesterday. That's a fantastic technique to use. Meditation is another. Yoga is third. These are all techniques that you use to control your emotions. So, mindfulness, yoga, meditation, deep breathing are all techniques that you can use to control your emotions.
Okay. So, okay. Arun is asking, what can we do when someone is? How can we react when someone is purposefully provoking us? That's the question.
Yeah, good question. You know, in organizations, there are people with a makeup of always provoking each other. The thing is, they are throwing a fishing hook. They're throwing a fishing hook at you. Don't open your mouth and bite it, because if you open your mouth and bite it, you get hooked. So if there is a provocation, you can always say, tell them, look, I need some time to think. I hear you. I'm hearing you, or I hear you. I understand your point of view. Let me come back to you. In other words, you're counteracting with them on a rational basis. Remember, when they provoke you, they are on an emotional plane. You need to diffuse that. You can't get on the same emotional plane along with them, because then it will go, it's a downward spiral. Try to diffuse it by going on a rational plane. Okay, I hear you. I understand your point of view. Can I come back to you? Yep.
So DSU, I think it's someone from our college. Is asking, how do we define a hard line between self-confidence and ego?
How do you handle self-confidence? How do you differentiate between self-confidence and ego? Is that the question?
Yes, sir. How do we define a hard line or differentiate
Okay.
between self-confidence and
Okay.
ego?
Okay. So I would say self-confidence means that you're confident about what you know, but you're also equally knowing what you don't know. In other words, there is still an element of self-development and openness to learning. And that self-confidence knows that you know in the self-confidence what are the areas that you are a master of. But you don't need to be a master of everything. And if you're not a master in some field, you will humbly say, I don't know that. Let me come back. But ego, on the other hand, assumes that you know everything. There is no scope for learning in the ego. When ego is high, there is no scope for learning. There is no scope for further development because you think you know everything, even though you may not know everything. So the differentiation between self-confidence and ego, self-confidence is you are absolutely sure about your areas of expertise. You are the master there. But there is also an element of learning. Yes, there could be something that I should always learn. There is always, I am not an ocean of knowledge. There is something that I should also learn. So there is an eagerness to learn, eagerness to understand more. Ego that actually precludes you from learning. It stops you from learning further. It stops you from growing further. So that's the difference between self-confidence and ego.
Okay, Avinash Sharma has asked a question, but I did not understand it. So Avinash, can you unmute yourself and ask it yourself to sir?
Okay.
So I asked like why a quiet person is considered a dumb person. Like he's not at all like no one like to interact with him. He wants to interact, but like people people will think no, he's not interesting guy.
Sorry, I'm not able to understand the question. There are a lot of dragging on the technology front. Tell me again. Can you repeat the question?
So I asked, is it bad to be a quiet person?
No, not at all. Not at all. A quiet person is an introvert, right? I mean, that's what we say. They're an introvert, they're a shy person. Introverts can be very, very innovative. Introverts can also throw light on. The beauty is, how do you engage with an introvert? If you are a manager, how do you make sure that the introverts also contribute? How do you make sure that the introverts also engage with you? It does not mean just because a person is introvert, it's because they're shy, the person is useless. No. It's up to you to engage with the introvert. The moment you know and you gauge that a person is introvert, then you have it upon yourself to engage with him. I was doing a coaching lesson for somebody, excuse me, a couple of days ago. And finally, I asked him, I said, for a salesperson, do you feel that you are an introvert or an extrovert? Yes, sir, I'm an introvert. He already himself introvert. And simultaneously open up conversation with others. He will always hesitate. That being an introvert will always be hesitation first. But you should also be able to understand that as an introvert, you also have emotions. And how do you engage those emotions?
Okay, so Adarsh is asking how to stop worrying about what other people think about me.
Yeah. So one is, I would say, self-confidence. Self-confidence in what you're doing. And that means, and also the second thing is independence, is the second factor that you should look at. Independence means you are completely independent of what other people think. Why? because you know what decision you take is good for the organization, is good for the team, is good for the company. You don't need second opinion. Only thing is when you start implementing that decision that you've taken independently, you will have to take many more people on board to make them understand why you took such a decision. So independence should be high for a person.
Okay, Sanjay sir, I guess those are the questions.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Just one question from Pramod. I think you missed. He was saying,
Okay.
wouldn't anger be necessary, especially for a manager? So that was the question, I think.
I'm sorry, Sanjay.
One student asked, is anger sometimes necessary if you're a manager, to show at least, like one is having inside and one is to show the anger?
Anger, yeah. Oh, okay. So the moment you show anger, you are showing that you are not able to control your own emotions. Number one. Number two, what are you doing? You are acting like the tiger or lion in front of a frightened person. You are putting the person in a corner. You are making his defense mechanism come up. You're putting him in a corner. And that would not give to further interaction with him positively. On the other hand, you can express your anger. Tell him, look, the job which I expected you to do has not come out the way I expected it. So I am upset about it because I trusted you to do it. But can we discuss it 30 minutes later, half an hour later? Let me get my thoughts together as to how I need to give you a feedback. In other words, you know that you got an anger, but you're not expressing it against him. And therefore he feels safe. He says, okay, fine. I know maybe I have not given the best of solution. My boss is upset with me, but he's composing himself. So maybe I should go back and do something better next time. I should explore better things. In other words, you're not closing down his mind. You're not putting him in a corner where he feels cornered. His brain ceases to work. His ideas are all frozen. He cannot come out with different solutions. On the other hand, when you say that you're angry, but you're not angry with him, you say, I am upset. Let's discuss it after 30 minutes. Let me get myself under control. He knows that you're trying very, very hard to ensure that both of you are having a rational conversation and not an emotional conversation. Remember always, when two people are interacting, if both of them are on an emotional plane, it is a downward spiral. That is why I said, if somebody is provoking you, get off that platform. It is better to de-escalate it rather than to escalate it.
Sir, Sanjay sir, we have 3 more questions.
I think, but the time is up. It's actually very similar questions.
Yes.
But so what I suggest to the students is basically, have these reflection notes based on what thoughts came to you, right, while attend these things, and have some kind of plan of action, right, and that will take you forward. And this is not the end. We'll have probably a lot more what we call interventions or this kind of discussion with you, and it will definitely help you, as a person, as a leader, as well as as a student, of course. So Ram, actually really very heartful thanks to you for spending your time and keeping coping up with this technology issues in the beginning. So that always happens actually, but but we were very fortunate that somehow it got right, and we could have really good, wonderful
Yeah.
session after that.
Thank you,
And
Sanjay. Thank
yeah,
you
very
very
much.
much.
And
I,
looking at students' questions, actually, I'm sure students very, very benefited this, right? So,
yeah,
so over
not a
to
problem.
MC for formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ram sir, Ramchandran sir. Uh, this talk has surely helped us and has taught us as to what we should inculcate in our lives. So I would like to end with a small quote. We all live at the mercy of our emotions. Our emotions influence and shape our desires, thoughts, and behaviors, and above all, our destiny. So I think we can end the session now.
Thank you very
Thank you very
much.
much.
Thank you for
Thank you.
everyone.
See you.
Yes, thanks a
Thank you,
lot.
sir.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so as usual, we'll take actually about 5-6 minutes break, right? 10:30 we can start the next session, so you can inform the parallel sessions. Yeah, and just one quick announcement: tomorrow after the motivational talk, our Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. KNB Murthy will be addressing all of us at 9:45. So 9:45 to just 20 minutes or so, 20-30 minutes. So keep that in mind. After that, the parallel sessions will start tomorrow. Okay. See you then. Thanks. Bye.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank
Imtiaz sir, I think you can make Shraddha ma'am and the student volunteers as the host for the AIML session.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. And Honesh, we can not do it on mobile because the library we are using for graphical user interface is not available for mobile. Though you can run Python on mobile, and I will tell it to you later if you want. But the main hands-on task cannot be done on mobile. Sorry for that. Shabas,
Yeah,
you can start with the basic introduction to Python and Git.
yeah, sure.
Okay.
So good morning, everyone. Hope you are all having a good day. And wait a minute, let me share my screen. Yeah. Today we are going to start the basics of Python, Git, and some of the tkinter library which we use. And you may have a doubt like we learn machine learning using Jupyter Notebook or something like that. So what is the need to learn tkinter and all those stuffs? So whatever you learn using machine learning, you must be able to wrap it up in a single application or pack it up, and you must be able to showcase it to others. So that's why a framework or a library which from which using which you can build an app is extremely necessary. So you may ask why only tkinter. So tkinter is a very basic library of Python used to create GUI, that is a graphical user interface, GUI applications. So learning just a language like Python, C++ or Java is not only learning a language is not which you can do. So for example, whichever language you learn like JavaScript or Python, you must at least learn one or two most important or most famous frameworks or libraries associated with that language. So yeah, that's what. Only learning a language will not help you out. So in first year, what you all can do is you can explore web development, Android development, and so on. Some of the examples which I can give is using Python. Tkinter is just a very basic library which will not fetch you a big job or as such, but it is very good for beginners to start building applications. So some of the common web development frameworks in Python are Django, Flask, and so on, many more. So yeah, so once you get familiar with tkinter and such basic frameworks, you can move on to some complicated frameworks too. Yeah. Now to show you the importance of tkinter, that it is used in some of the applications, the ideally which comes with Python, the built-in ideally is also built in tkinter. So that may show you the importance of tkinter too. So those who don't know what tkinter is, it comes pre-installed along with Python, which is used to build graphical user interfaces. So as a source of motivation, first let me show you what we are going to build within a span of 3 hours or so.
मनुष्य खुशी रही पार्बनी के हेले खुशी रहले दिक्कत काहे के हंसतु तू किस पे हंसतु हंसी पारबु नहीं होय
Yeah, this is the application which we will be building within 3 hours. So this is the binary image classifier, not binary, we can call it a ternary too. So this window is built using Python tkinter, that is using Python language and tkinter library. So let me show you some of the features of this this application. We have a button known as choose image, which will let you choose some of the images from your directory. For example, let me choose paper and open it. So the image will be displayed in your window. Now this was the entire GUI part. So now the machine learning part, which is hidden from the user interface, which is running in the backend, is completely associated with this button. So when I click classify image, look at here. First, we have a result written over here. When I click classify image, yeah, you can see that paper appears over here. So this was the image of paper. So let me show you using another image like scissor. Yeah, classify image. You can see that scissor appears over here. So this was a very simple classical machine learning project. So you can also see the importance of an library or framework here, because learning only machine learning will not fetch you some big projects or so. So learning Python or this some of the libraries or frameworks is very important. So now let's directly jump into the application. I suppose you all have Python installed in your system, Python 3.8, because Python 3.9 is really new, and it does not support some of the modern machine learning frameworks like libraries like TensorFlow, Keras as such. So Python 3.8 is very important. Version matters over here. So now the first step which you can do is go to your file manager. I would really appreciate if you could follow along or code along with me, or even if you cannot do it, later on in this course, we will send you a GitHub link where you will find the code. So at the end of this day, we will also forward, not at the end, like afternoon or so, we will send you a form in which you will have to submit the application which you have made. For example, we will give you the basic skeleton as such, and you will have to modify it and make it look beautiful, or put some of the extra functions or features which you can do, and submit some of the screenshots over there, and the winner will be declared. And yeah, if you can code along, it's really appreciable. Now, Windows users, go to your file explorer and create a new folder. I'm using Linux, that's why it will be a bit different for me. And you can use any of the text editors of your choice. Go to your file explorer and create a new folder. And go into the folder and right click on the folder and click on open command prompt over there. Open command prompt. So now the command prompt will be opened in your directory. That is the folder which you have created. And let me tell you, I am using Visual Studio Code, that is VS Code. It is very lightweight editor or IDE as such, you can call anything. And you can use any editor. So now before jumping directly into the big application which I showed you, first let me go through some of the basics of Tkinter and build a simple counting app. Let me show you what I'll be building first. Make sure you type Python 3.8. Yeah, you can see that this is a very simple app in which if you click it, the counter will increment, and if you press on reset, it will be reset to 0. Yeah, you can say it. Now I want you to create a brand new file in your folder and name it anything which you want. So let me name it counter.py. Yeah. After you have a really empty file, now the first thing which you have to do is import Tkinter. So Tkinter is the name of library, and you can import Tkinter with any name like TK, Pizza, any name as such. Now Tkinter will be available within you with the name TK. Now the first thing which you have to do is create a variable name of your choice, app root or anything, add initialize tkinter. This will initialize the tkinter for you. And another thing in skeleton structure which you have to do is root.main loop.
Shahbaz,
Yeah.
can you explain the part about command prompt again from the beginning?
Yeah.
Like, why do they need command prompt right now?
Yeah. In VS Code, I have a built-in terminal over here from where you can run Python applications. In Windows, if you install VS Code, you will get it over here. But if you are using any other text editor, for example, you have to run the command over here, like you can see at the bottom, Python 3.8 filename.py. So to run that, you need command prompt for Windows users. Or if you have installed VS Code, then you can go to terminal over here, click on new terminal. And you will get the terminal over here, and you can run similar commands over here. Yeah, I hope you have got it. Yeah. Now this will create a basic application for you. Now to set the title of this application, just type root.title and write any name of your choice, or app or something. And then next, you have to create a canvas. Canvas in the sense the entire tab which you can see on the window is known as canvas. So tk.canvas. Where the canvas accepts some of the parameters in it. So the first argument which you have to pass is the name of the app, that is root, which we had. And then you can pass background, height and width, as you can see here. Background, let me give it as white, and height, let me give it as 500, width as 500. So next you have to pack the canvas. So after you create anything, you have to pack it in the window. So now first let's give a test run for this. And if you are not able to follow, it's entirely all right. We'll share the code link later. The code which we wrote here was entirely for this thing. Root is to initialize tkinter, and title you can see our app over here. And canvas, this was the canvas, this entire white thing with width of 500 and height 500 and a background of white. Yeah, I hope you got it, that thing. Though the next thing which we wanted to do is inside the canvas, now we had an entire tab, we have to create a frame like thing inside the canvas. So to create a frame, let me do frame is equal to tk dot frame. So the frame accepts some of the arguments in it or parameters. So the first parameter is on which canvas you have to draw the frame. So as you can see, you have to draw it in the main app. So our app here is root. So the first parameter is root. Give it a background of violet. And then we have to place it. Now this will create a frame for you. Now rel width is the width of the frame. For example, we can give it as with respect to the root. So 0.8 width and 0.8 height. And rel x is the position from the left hand side, from where this will start. let me give it as 0.1. Rel y is 0.1. Yeah. Let us give another test run for this. You can see. I'll show this and explain it to you once. The rel width was width of this violet color frame, and the height was this. And this rel x is the distance from the x coordinate, that is 0.1. And rel y was distance from the y coordinate from the top. So this will create you this frame. So the next step is to create a button. So now let us create a button. To create anything, you have to ask for the library tk dot button. So I'll show you the syntax first. You have to pass it a frame in which you want the button, the background, foreground, text, and pad x, pad y is the distance inside the button. Okay. Then make your background as white, pad x as some 30, pad y as 30. And now we have to place the button inside our frame. So to place it, you can do pack, and now you have to give the direction or the place in which you want it. So I'll give it as bottom. So now the button will be at the bottom of the frame. Let me run it. You can see the button over here. Now let's give some text to the button. Click here. So let me increase the width of the button, some 50 or 40. Okay. So I missed the comma over here.
Shahbaz,
Yeah.
can you go a bit slower? Like, can you just open your file manager
Yeah, sure.
and show them how to create a new file?
To create a file.
Yeah, just open your file manager and then just show them how to create a new file by right clicking, right?
Yeah. I thought that is a very
Okay.
simple thing. So it is not required as a.
Yeah. No worries. Some of the students are not able to get it.
So you can create a new folder. Give it any name. Yeah. Create a file, any file, and give it a name like testing.py, a Python file, and then right click on the screen. And I'm using Windows, I'm using Linux, that's why I have open terminal here. So Windows users will have open command prompt over here. So click on it, clicking on it will open a terminal or command prompt from that directory. So I hope you have got it. Tell me once you got it.
Did you guys get it? We need that command prompt to run the Python file. Okay. So you can use any editor you want to open your the testing.py file, but keep the command prompt open. So if you want to run the Python code, you can just call Python3 and then
the thing which I'm calling here Python 3 counter, you have to call it using your command prompt.
yeah, just keep the command prompt open separately and open your testing.py file using any editor you want. It can be Notepad, or if you are using anything else, Notepad++, Sublime, and PyCharm. You can open it with anything.
Okay, so I'll continue. Okay. So now let me create a label. So the syntax for a label, I'll first show you the label tk.label and the frame in which you have to open the label, background, fg, pad x, pad y. So that's how you create a label. I have the frame, background as green or something.
Okay, Shahbaz, wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait a minute for students to catch up. Like, just check in the Zoom group chat. If they are responding, then we'll continue.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And guys, it's totally okay if you are not able to follow it, because later on we'll provide you the Python file and then you can run it. You can just copy paste the entire code in it. Right now, you just need to understand what each and every line is doing.
Yeah. If you can just look and understand also, it's totally fine.
Okay, just explain what each line does a bit slowly.
Yeah. Done? Okay. So let's, I have created another
just
label.
Explain it again, what each code, each line of code does.
So first we are importing tkinter. It is a library as tk. So this is an alias name. You can give it anything, tk, anything. So root is equal to tk.tk. So inside this tkinter, we have a method or a function known as tk, which will initialize your app. So now your app is stored in this root. So next, root.title. So the title of your app. You can give any text over here. That will be the title of your app. So next is inside your app, you must have some space, or you can set the height, width of your app. So that is done using canvas. So canvas is equal to tk.canvas. So this tk.canvas is returning a canvas which is stored in this. Okay. So where we have to draw the canvas? On the root. Root is our app name. And we give background as white, and we can pass height and width, anything of your choice. After passing everything, we pack this canvas. That is, we pack it into the app so that it can bind it with it. So next we create a frame inside our app. A frame is nothing but the violet color thing that you saw in the app. tk.frame on the root, background as violet. And now we place the frame. Where do we place it? So first we give width of the frame. Width is written as rel width, that is relational width with respect to the parent. So if parent is of size 1, relational width with respect to the parent is 0.8. That is, if parent is 100%, so it must be 80%. So that is nothing but relational width, and similarly for relational height. And this relational x is the coordinate in the application, that is starting from x coordinate, that is left side. So the coordinate start from the left, that is 0.1 with respect to the parent from the left, and 0.1 from the top. Leave that much space at the top. Next we create a button. So where do we want to create the button? On the frame. And we give background FG and the text which must be written on the button. I have given it as click, and pad x pad y is the space which must be left inside the button. Pad x is in the left and right, leave 20 space inside the button, 20 pixels. Pad y is at the top and bottom, leave 20 pixels. And then we pack the button, giving it an argument as side is equal to tk.bottom. So bottom, we can have left, we can have right, we can have top. So another alternative for this pack is place. So we can manually set the position, like passing it rel width, rel height, etc. So then next, we create a label. Let me show what label is. No, before that term, yeah. tk.label, where do we create it? On the frame. Pass bg, fg, colors, and pad x, pad y similarly. And then what the text label must have. So now I is nothing over here. Let me define I. I is equal to 0. It's a counter, right? It must start from 0. So now the text in the label will be 0. And now we pass a font. So the first parameter is the font name. So we can leave the default font name. So I'm not passing anything. And next is font size. Font size is 30. Now label.pack side is equal to tk.top. Okay, fine. Let me run it. So you can see this. Upon clicking this button, nothing will happen because we have not provided the functionality yet. So now I want you to copy this button and create another button. So call that button as reset. Okay. And instead of giving tk.bottom, let me give it as tk.left. The text in the button should be reset. Okay. Give it a test run. You can see the button reset over. Even it does not do anything. So now let us see the functionalities of the button. How can we make a button to respond? So first let's move to this button where we can increment. So move on to the last parameter, pad y. Give it a command. Command is equal to. So upon clicking this button, this command will be called. If you click this button, the function which we pass over here will be called. So I'll create a function known as inc. I haven't created it yet. I have just passed the name. So now let's move on to the top and create a function inc. So in Python, creating a function is as follows: def define function name inc parenthesis or braces. This is how you create a function. So inside a function, the variables will be local, but we have to use the global variable, right? So type global I. So now I will be in the global scope, not within the function scope. So anything which you define inside the function will be destroyed as soon as the function will get executed. So now if your variable is defined outside the function, to use it inside the function, you have to type global I. Okay. Increment the I now. So you can also do I is equal to I plus 1, but a shortcut method for doing that is I plus equal to 1. Both are similar. So now I will be incremented, but the result is shown inside this label, right? Text is equal to I. Now we have to update the label. Label.config text is equal to I. Label.update. So now I will be incremented by 1, and the label, the text inside the label will be changed as I again, and label will be updated with new value of I. So let's give a test run. Click on this button. You can see that I is incremented, but still the reset button is not working, as you can see. So now let's pass a function for reset button. So this is the reset button. Command is equal to give any name of your choice. I'll give it as 0. It's my own custom name. You can give any name of your choice. Then move on to the top. Define a function with name 0. So this is the syntax for defining a function. Now again you have to do global I. That is, use I which is in the global scope, not in the local scope of the function. Now do I is equal to 0. The counter will be resetted to 0. Label.config text is equal to I. That is 0. Now you have to update the label. Okay. Let's give another test run. Okay, invalid syntax. By mistake, I have passed a full stop. Make sure to pass comma. Okay. As you can see, counter is working perfectly fine. Now let's try the reset. Yeah, you can see reset is to set it to 0. Increment, set it to 0. So this must provide you some of the basic functionalities of tkinter. So tkinter is everything, but you can see that root. This is a skeleton which is used for everything. Canvas. This is common for everything. You need a canvas. Frame. You will repeat a frame everywhere. This is the only syntax which you will follow. So this same thing will be repeated everywhere to build some of the complex apps. So button. This is the common functionality of a button. So this is the same syntax of a button which you have to follow everywhere. So just having one template copy of button must be enough for you. So another time, if you have to create a button, just look at the syntax. So what parameters does it accept? Where do we have to pass it? And then you can create as many buttons as you want. So reset, this is also a button. And label. Label is to display a text where I was displaying the counter value, that is 0, 1, 2 as such numbers. And root.main loop. So to explain some similarities between main loop, you might be knowing frame rates per second, FPS of your monitor. So frame rate is the number of frames which will be changed or displayed per second. So root.main loop is similar to that. So this function will be called root.main loop, will again pass the control to the top of the program, and again this will be called. So it's like this root.main loop will be called many times within the second. That is, it will update all the values which you pass. That's how I was getting incremented. If this was not there, I would have been similar, static all the time. Okay, fine. If you need a code for this, we'll provide it to you later. And now let's move to the main part. That is the machine learning project which we were to create.
Shabaz,
Yeah.
they have some doubts. You can just see the Zoom chat and can you clear it up for them?
Yeah. In line 27, what is meant by command is equal to INC. Okay, so command is the syntax of the button. So that's a built-in name which you cannot change. So command is upon clicking the button, which command must be called. Command is equal to INC is the function name which I have created. Let me show it to you. INC is this function. You can give it any name. You can pass any name, zebra, horse, anything. That will increment the counter. So that is when I click this button, this command will be called INC. INC is a function name. This function will be called and the counter will be incremented. So similar for 0, command is equal to 0. This function will be called, I will be set to 0. Okay. So 0 function, let's told it now. How to align button to the left and right corner. Yeah. To align it to the left, just pack it as side is equal to tk.left. Huh? Hello. Yeah. tk.left, bottom, top, that will align it to you. But if you manually want to place it somewhere on the window, you can do it as button.place. Instead of pack, you can do place. You can manually set where you want to place it. Yeah, right. Okay, fine. Now, since you know all the basic functionalities or the syntax of tkinter, now I went very slow because this was just the starting of tkinter. But for the main app which we will be creating now, you don't have to code along with us. I will just show you the code very fastly, and then we will provide you a GitHub link in which you can find the code of the app which we'll be using. Okay, even if you don't code along now, it is completely fine. So let me again show you the main app. So this uses some of the machine learning libraries. So starting it will take some time. It's GPU accelerated, that's why. Yeah. This is the app which we'll be making. So let me first explain you the components in this app. Okay. So this entire tab is the root which we are creating. Okay. This purple color thing, this is the frame which you can see. This binary image classifier which is written at the top is the label, and this choose image and classify image are the buttons, and the result is also a label. Okay. And when I click on choose image, this is known as dialog box. That is where you can choose your images. Okay. Upon selecting the image, your image will be displayed over here along with the name of image. Okay, so classify image, we will be building it later, but except this functionality of this button, this everything we will be making it now. Okay, you don't have to code along this one. We will provide you with a GitHub link if you want. Sudarshan, just mention it in the comment box, the GitHub link. Okay. So let's start with the basic functionality. So to reduce time, I will not be coding it. I'll just uncomment line by line and explain you the lines. Okay. Import tkinter as tk. You have seen it now. Okay. Now we initialize the root. Root is equal to tk.tk. Similar manner. Okay. If you do it again and again, it will just be a similar thing for you. You'll get familiar with it. Next is root.title, any name of your choice. Root.resizable. So this must be new for you, but you know that this thing, resizing the window, making it big or small. So horizontal false, vertical false. So you cannot resize the window. The size of the window which will be created is created. That's it. You cannot resize it. Okay. Now we create a label. Title, that is tk.label, and we pass it to title. Okay, the text which I showed you at the top, binary image classifier, that's a label. Okay, pad x, pad y, anything of your choice, you can pass it over here. Just know the syntax. The values doesn't matter, it's anything of your choice. Just trial and error. Pass any values, it will be displayed somewhere. Again pass some value. By that way you can choose a value of your choice. Again, if font is equal to, I haven't passed any font name, that is a default font which will be taken, and the font size. So previously you saw that after declaring the label, in the next line I called label.pack. So a shortcut for that is, in the same line after the label, just do .pack. That's a shortcut syntax if you need, or anything is fine. So next, we declare canvas, the white color thing, entire tab inside the, everything inside the main tab. That's the canvas. We give a height as 500 and width as 500, background as white. Where do we need to draw the canvas? We need to give a parent for the canvas. So that is the root. So root was our main window. Okay. So now from now on, everywhere root is the main window. But if you need to do inside some frame, for example, inside frame, you need to have a button. So for that button, frame will be your parent, the parent of that button. Okay. Next, canvas.pack, to pack this canvas inside the main window. And next we declare a frame. As you can see on the root. So the parent for frame is root. And we place the frame. Similarly, as we did previously, we give it a width with respect to the parent, that is in percentage. So 0.8 in percentage is 80%. So relational height, and the coordinates where it must be placed. Okay. So this everything must be familiar to you. So even if you don't get the syntax, it's all right. You will be provided with the code. So if you experiment it, create some labels, canvas, frames, you will be familiar with it. Okay. The commented things don't matter now. So look at only the things which I am uncommenting. Okay. So now we have the frame. So let's give it a test run. So for any of your app, root.main loop is mandatory. So without this, nothing will happen. Let's give it a test run. Name of our app is frontend. Sorry. So you can see this much of code was required for this. Title, this is the title. canvas entire white color thing, and the frame purple color thing. Okay, until now we have reached this stage. So now the task which was left was to define the buttons at the bottom, right? So now let's define the buttons. As you can see, I'm declaring a button and passing it to a variable known as choose image. This is a variable name of your choice. You can give any name, and the parent of the button is root, and text inside the button. Choose image. Pad x, pad y is how much horizontal space you want inside the button is pad x, and vertical spacing is pad y. And colors FG and BG, background, foreground, and the command when you run the button. So as of now, I'll just delete this command, or let me leave it as it is. Then choose image.pack. We have to pack the button. Side is equal to tk.left. So as you can see, the button was on the left side. So we are packing it that way. Now at the right side, the classify button. We had two buttons, right? Class image. So this is also a button. Similarly, everything is common over here. So upon clicking the button, this classifying function will be called. So this is the only function where machine learning thing is involved. So we'll go to this function later on in this session. So again, we pack the button. Similar thing. And then we have a result at the bottom, which is the label, right? Text is always displayed in label. So tk.label. So this everything must seem familiar to you now. So you can see the repetition of things everywhere, the parent name, the colors, text, pad x, pad y. And this font thing is optional. And if you don't pass anything, that will be taken as default values. So you can get it by trial and error. Okay, result.pack and root.main loop. Okay, fine. So now, as of now, I'll just declare a function known as classify and leave it as it is. So this will be done later on in this course, where this function will communicate with the machine learning model. Okay. So till now, yesterday, I think you have learned how to train a model, or even today you will learn it. So we'll train a model, define a model, import a model in this program, in this app, and then this function will communicate with the machine learning model to give you the desired output. Okay. This function now will not do anything. Upon calling this function, it will just return. It will tell I have nothing to do, and it will just return it. Okay. Now we have another thing to do. We declared this choose image, right, button. Clicking on this button must open a dialog box where you can select images of your choice. Right. So now that functionality is provided in this load image function, which we'll see now. Okay. As you can see, this is the load image function. Since you all are in first year, I don't expect you to get this thing entirely. So this you'll get it by experience. That's everything I can say. So to load this image, another thing which we have to do is import PIL from image.tk and image. So to deal with images inside tkinter, we need this pillow. PIL is a pillow. It is the library. Import image.tk and image. So you don't have to know the basic, the functionalities of this pillow, image.tk or image. You just have to know that to deal with images as such, you need this. You need to import this. And from tkinter, import fill dialog. That is the dialog box, which will ask you to select a file, select an image which you can open. Okay. So global image and image data. Wait a minute. Yeah. So image and image data are global with respect to this program. So this can be called from anywhere within the program. So if I don't declare global here, this image and image data will be local components with respect to this function. So outside this function, the program will not know what is image and image data. So our entire program must know the variables which we define over here. That's why we declare it as global. So for image display in frame dot window info children. So this is I don't think you must understand this, because if you read the documentation of Tkinter, if you have to do this, they provide this function. So when you have, if you have already selected a image and then you want to select another image, so before that, this will destroy the previous image. Image display dot destroy. So first destroy the previous image and then open the field dialog. That is a window asking you to select a file. Field dialog dot ask open file name. So this is a predefined name. You cannot pass anything which you like. So this comes from field dialog, from Tkinter import field dialog. This is the predefined name. So these parameters too, if you want to look into detail, you can go to the Tkinter documentation and study from there. Initialized directory is from which folder you want to select the images. That is the, when you click the field, when you click the button choose image, this folder will be open first. From here you can navigate and move anywhere in your system and select images. Title of that field dialog is choose an image. File type is, you have two types. You can pass any number of types over here. Whenever you open some file explorer, you can see that you will, at the bottom you will have file types: all files, PNG files, media files, MP4 files. So this is the thing. All files will have a text known as dot. PNG files will have it as PNG. Star.png. Star.png means, star means any number of text. It is a component of regular expression which you will study later in your syllabus. Star is anything.png. Okay, fine. Base width is equal to 150. This is internal with respect to the images. That is now which whatever you see here is in these 4 lines is completely mathematical, and nobody expects you to know this, but you will get this as a boilerplate anywhere which you want. Just a Google search or Stack Overflow search will give you this. Image is equal to image.open. Open the image. Image data is the thing which we are getting from here. Field dialog will ask you for the image. When you select an image, that image will be passed to image data. And using that image data, we are opening the image. Image.open, image data. So W% is our custom name. You can give any name, that is width percent. That is the size of the image we are defining over here. Height and width of the image in percentage. That is the image must be responsive, right? Base width by float, image.size. So I don't expect you to know this. It's completely fine. So even if you just copy paste this line, is completely fine. So image is equal to image.resize. So base width was, which we gave here, 150, and height. And the next parameter is image.anti-alias. So this you can understand that it reduces the blurriness of the image, or it improves the image quality. You can understand like that. So now image is equal to image tk dot photo image. So now this converts image using the image tk to the image format. So even this is a standard thing which you have to do while dealing with images. So now we extract file name from image data. So image data will be given as some image.png, okay. So that image name will also be prefixed with a front arrow. That is while dealing with directories, as you can see images over here. Along with the image name, you will have this front arrow. and not arrow, slash, forward slash. So split that front arrow means remove that front forward slash, and rest everything except that will be the name of the image. So that will be the file name. So now we create a label to display the name of the image which we selected upon frame. So select text is equal to string. So if the name is not in string format, we convert typecast it to str. So this is something which you will gain by experience in first or second year. So file name is length of the file -1, that is from the last dot upper dot pack. Okay, so even if you don't understand this, it's completely fine. So panel image is equal to tk dot label. Now we place the image. Okay, here completely we modified the image, we played with the image, we changed the type of image. Okay, we changed the size of image. Now we have to place the image. tk dot label on the frame, image is equal to img. Now just like you had text is equal to some text, you also have a predefined name known as image is equal to any name of the image. Okay, dot tag. So you can look at it and try understanding it again when we give you the code. Okay, so now let's give this a run. As you can see, choose image. Upon clicking this, a dialog box will be called. Okay, as you can see, you can navigate through the folders here. You can select any image, but this is a rock paper scissors model, so you must select any one of those to get a correct output. So I select scissor or something. So you can see the file types which I showed you earlier on. You have all files, PNG files. All files will display PDF files, everything, and PNG files will display PNG or any image files. So this image we have is JPG, so PNG will not work. See, as you can see, this was the file name which we extracted using the split, which is inbuilt inside the function in Python specifically. So we extracted the file name and displayed using a label. And the image, this image, before displaying it over here, we did some mathematical operations on this, like we defined the width percentage, height percentage, and we did some anti-aliasing to reduce the pixel blurring, and then we finally packed it on the frame. So now, as you can see, the only thing pending is classify image, the function. See, as you can see, if I click now, nothing will happen because this classify will just return, and this is the result where your result will be displayed. Okay, so these things will be carried out later on, but before that, so now I hope basics of Tkinter are clear. Now what we will do is we will give you the link of this code. Now what you have to do is we will give you some time. Try modifying this code, add any functionalities which you like, play with this code, and later on we will be sharing you a form in which you have to submit screenshots of your application. So the best screenshot or the best application will be declared a winner. So you will be given some time for this. Play around with this code. You can copy paste from there. Try changing some of the functionalities. You can look at the comment section. I have shared the link.
Just try changing the colors and all first.
Yeah, result tab can appear inside the purple frame. Just instead of passing root as parent, pass frame as parent. Result will be inside the purple frame. How to run in terminal? Just type Python 3.8 followed by space, followed by the name of your file .py.
Shabas, just open the terminal and show it. From your Dolphin, open your console.
Actually, my laptop may get hanged, that's why I'm not opening it. I'll show it over here only.
Okay, okay.
You can see here Python 3.8, followed by file name .py. But make sure that the file which you are in is in the directory which is shown here. So don't open command prompt directly. Go to your file explorer, create a file, go into the file and right click and open command window inside this directory or file. Okay. If you are in some other folder and the command window is open in some other folder, so Python will not able to find your file, Python file. Okay. Now I am using Python 3.8, so everything worked for me. So if you use Python 3.8, you will not find any difficulty to install packages. So even I'll show you the quick thing. Pip install any name of the package which you want, like for example NumPy. Pip install name of the package, enter. But make sure you do inside your directory which you are in now. But if you install it globally, even then it's fine. Not right clicking on the file, right click anywhere inside the folder. I'll show you again. I created a new folder name checking. Go into the folder, right click anywhere, first create a file, any file, name of your file .py. Then you will have an option. I'm using Arch Linux, that's why I have open terminal here. Windows users will have open command prompt here. Just click on that. A command prompt will open. There you can run Python 3.8 file name .py, pip install, anything. Okay, again I'll tell you, right click, open terminal here. Make sure you are inside the folder in which you are going to work with. Okay. I hope you have got the link which I have sent it. I'll send it again. Go through the code. All the functionalities are similar. Once you get how to create a button, label, frame, that's everything what Tkinter is. And rest of the logic, the Python logic, you will get it by experience. Since you all are in first year, with some experience, you will get it. Yeah.
So since we don't have enough time, yeah, okay, Shabaz, just you can continue.
This is the right thing to install H5PY is equal to 2.10.0. Try this, you will get it. Yeah, Sudarshan, continue.
Okay, so since we don't have enough time to even like go through, we also need to go through the model training, right? That's why you have till 12. Okay, till 12 you can modify the code and submit the screenshot. I'll share the form now, and after that we will continue with how to train a model in Google Colab. And first I'll give some basic introduction to machine learning.
Okay, I'll stop the share now.
Okay, I have pasted the form link in Zoom group chat, and please name your screenshot what your actual name is. And like it should not be IMG 2021 or something like that, because it would be much easier for us to evaluate whose screenshot is this, right? We don't want IMG 0204 to get the award for the best UI, right? So just name it what your actual name is. Okay, yeah, you need to install H5Py because is equals to 2.10.0, because the latest current version of H5Py is 3.10.0, and it's not properly working with TensorFlow. There's some bug in it and they are trying to solve it, but still there is no improvement in it, and they haven't pushed an update to it. So right now we just use a previous version of H5Py. So H5 is the model format. We'll learn it in Google Colab. So to open that model format, you need H5Py. So if 3.10.0 is not working, first uninstall it, pip uninstall H5Py, and then install is equal pip install is equals to 2.10.0. Yatish, in Google Colab, we will train the model. We don't need to run the same code, because here tkinter is a GUI library which is operating system specific. It is cross platform, so you can use it on Linux, Mac, and Windows, but it will not run in browser. It is for the operating system. So in Google Colab, we'll just train a model. We'll use transfer learning to train a model, and then we'll use that model, integrate it in our GUI, and then you will have a fully working application. Uh, Photo image has no size.
You can just
Okay.
copy the code from the link which I have sent. That will work completely fine if you have all the libraries installed.
And just give it any sample image. You don't need to give it rock, paper, or scissors JPG for right now. We are just trying to see the GUI. Yeah, you will have time after the session. Also, when we integrate it, you can also, at that time, you can also make some changes to GUI, and at that time we'll also submit another form. Right now it's just to see that you have got a basic grasp of how things are working, and if this tkinter library is working in your system or not. If you do not have a system, don't worry, you don't need to submit the form. Just don't submit it. For your attendance, there will be another form, and you have to attend the whole session because this session is tightly integrated. So for all of things to be completely understood, you need to completely attend the session. And for your attendance, will give you another form, a feedback form, and then in that that will count towards your attendance. If you do not have a system which can run Python, don't worry about it. Yeah, Yatish, for that you have to do pip install pillow. You need to do this. Yeah, Vedant, you are correct. So I forgot to mention pillow library, because in Linux systems it is already pre-installed. Yeah, sorry about that, Vatsal. I did not mention it because it was pre-installed in my system for some reason, and now I get to know that in Windows it's not pre-installed. So just install it. Yeah, it will not show a result right now, Shubha, because right now we have not trained the model and we have not implemented the model in the classify function, which is still remaining. I will show it to you later. Don't worry about it. The GUI is working. Change some colors, just make it more pretty, a bit user friendly user interface. Try your best, and by the time it's 12 or even 12:10, okay, just take a bit of time, because in hands-on session 2 you have to integrate your GUI with model. So at that time you will still get some time to build, to work on your program. At that time you can also make some changes to GUI. Right now, just for a general idea that Tkinter is working in your system, we have just created this form. Yeah, the other form attendance will also be shared here. Wait, can not hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. As for the Linux distro, Shahbaz was using Manjaro, and Dolphin is the file manager. This is default file manager in Manjaro Linux. It is a Linux operating system. We have Linux, Windows, and Mac OS as the most dominant operating system.
Yeah.
So it was the Linux.
And later on in engineering, if you want to program using Windows, you will find some difficulties. That's why most of the engineers generally shift to some Linux distros.
Yeah, sure, Vedant. Just put it on GitHub and mail us the GitHub link. And if we find any, if there is some problems in it, we'll just send you a pull request if we have time. Yeah, through command prompt, you have to write pip install. Why is Pillow having an error? Are all of you getting an error while installing Pillow? Vatsal, do you have pip installed? Uh, pip version. If you run this command in command prompt, what is it showing? Is it showing a version like 20.3.2 or 19.0.1 or something like that? If it's not, then you have not installed pip, and during your Python installation, you just unchecked pip. Oh, so it's showing. Um, why is You can just modify the same program, or it's better if you keep a copy of it. And even if you don't keep a copy of it, you still have that GitHub link, right? If something goes haywire, you can just refer to that GitHub link. Okay, Sahana, can you tell me what problem are you facing? Yeah, sure, Vedant. Um,
Before trying that machine learning application, if you want to just test the counter program, I'll just post it in the comment section. First, you can try that if you want. This counter program does not require any machine learning libraries. So to make sure your program is running, so you can first just run this counter program.
and if you want, you can submit a screenshot of this counter program too, if that program is not running for you, the one with image, because this does not require any image library, right? So you can just submit a screenshot of this too. Okay, Chakradhar, what module is not found? Can you tell me the name of the module? It should be showing that this module is not found.
I had a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the function load image, it says the variable is not defined globally.
In the function load image.
Yeah, it says that
What variable is
IG,
not defined?
both of them are not defined globally as well.
Have you mentioned global in front of it?
Yeah. I've separated out with a comma too, so that there are two variables which are global.
Yeah, and the Python version?
1 second. Let me check.
Because the syntax changes with the version of Python.
3.7.6.
Yeah, we are using 3.8, that's why.
Okay.
Some of the functionalities, like if you have to use the image in global images in Python 3.7, maybe possibly there was some other syntax. So we suggest you to use Python 3.8.
Okay.
Chakradhar, have you installed Pillow? PIP install Pillow. Counter is working, right? Just make some changes to counter. Let us see that you have got what each and every part of the program is doing. And submit its screenshot. You don't need to submit the screenshot of the image one. So Chakradhar, first you have to install Pillow. So you have to do pip install Pillow. Manoj, is the file dialog not coming? Or okay, Tribhuvan, no worries if you don't have PC. The GitHub link will be there for at least a month more. Shabas, just don't delete the GitHub, right?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you get time, whenever you have PC, you can do it then. This is just a hands-on session. So just to give you a hands-on experience, if you don't have PC right now, it's totally fine. You can do it later on. Sahana, PIP is a command in your terminal. So in command prompt, you have to type PIP install Pillow. It's not a part of Python code. Okay. So open command prompt. Which version of Python works in Windows 7? Okay, so if you go to python.org, and you go to downloads and then Windows, it will show you that Python 3.8.7 cannot be used on Windows XP or earlier. 3.9.1 cannot be used on Windows 7 or earlier. So 3.9 cannot be used on Windows 7, but 3.8.7 and below those can be used on Windows 7. But 3.8.7 will not work on Windows XP. If you are running Windows 7, install 3.8.7 and just know what's your system. Like, is it a 64-bit system or a 32-bit system? According to it, download the package and run the installer. Vanna, because in that folder we do not have any image, so just go up a folder.
And inside the code, when at line number 23, you can see that images. So that images folder will not be there in your computer. So just change that directory. Because I was having images folder, I was able to select it from there. Just inside of that / images / just do /.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, okay, Khushi Kumar. So I have shared the link, but I will share it again. Okay. Just click on this link, keep it open in another tab. So even if it gets lost in your chat, you will have a tab open for it whenever you upload it. Okay, so you guys can see my screen, right?
Sudarshan, just show them the images directory inside the code.
Okay, so here, see, we have given initial directory as images. Can you see the font, or should I make it a bit bigger?
Zoom a little bit.
Okay. So here you can see that the initial directory is images. So in that folder where the Python file is, in that there should also be another folder images, and inside that it will open the file dialog. But what if we want to select an image outside that? For that, I will just go to the folder, this folder. Then we have yeah, so the GUI works like this. When you choose image, it opens the image folder or your root folder. You can use this button to go up a folder. Okay, so if I go up a folder, you can select any folder from wherever you have any image. Just select. See, you can select any image like that. Just go up a folder. Use this to go up a folder.
But if you don't have an images folder over there, it will show you a syntax error, I think.
Yeah, even if it shows it, ignore it. Later, I will provide you the images to test the model.
Can we insert hexadecimals for your color code?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, just modify the code right now. I mean, don't disturb the class definition, the classify function definition. Other than that, you can do whatever you want. Later on, I will show you what to write in classify so we can integrate our model with our GUI.
I have to run the command all the time. I make changes from my VS Code.
The
There's
Python
no-
command.
Yeah, I have to run it all the time to see my changes. Anyway, I just refresh it in my the canvas gets refreshed on its own.
Yeah, you need to run it because yeah, there are some plugins for VS Code where you can just hot reload the function, hot reload the program.
Yeah, and
But
it should
it's
reflect
better
that.
to just run it again. Just close it, do a control C or whatever closes it, and then
Yeah.
do it again.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so can you tell me what should I take a screenshot of? Take a screenshot of the GUI. When you run the Python code, you will have the GUI will be displayed, right? Just take a screenshot of it. Manoj, yeah, you don't need to upgrade the PIP right now. Yeah, that's it. Benson, first you have to do some changes, like do some GUI changes, make the colors a bit brighter, or use hex color codes to make it more visually appealing. And the one who has the best looking user interface, the image is not uploading. What's the size of your image? It should be less than 10 MB. That's the limit I has like put in it.
And check the extension of image too. JPG, PNG.
Yeah, it should be an image file.
వీటిలో చేద్దాం ఇంకా ముందుకు మొత్తం
Okay, so, to adjust the image size, you can just change the value of base width. Chakradhar, which one is showing error, the counter one or image one? What error is it showing? Invalid syntax. Did you copy it from the Shabas, did you provide them with counter code? Okay, so just copy paste it. It should not show invalid syntax. We just ran it in front of you, right? And we are just giving you the same code. And Python is cross-platform, so there should not be any difference between how you run it on Windows and how you run it on Linux. Image is not uploading. The size of the image should be less than 10 MB. Be sure of that.
ഇത്യായണം പോ അത് ഊയണം
Okay. I have already gotten 4 responses. So, I mean, for others, it's working, the image upload. So should we move on to the next session? Like it's a basic introduction to Python. Sorry, machine learning. Again, you guys will have time after we are done with constructing our model. You will get time, so don't worry about it. If you are not able to submit your response in this hands-on task 1, don't worry. If you are not able to submit at all, even then don't worry. You will have all the resources uploaded to the GitHub. We'll provide you with the GitHub link in Google Classroom after the session. And when you have time and when you have the resources, just play with it then. And if you have any doubts, you can mail us. Okay, so okay, so you guys have already a general basic introduction to machine learning, but I'm just going to repeat it again. So just to jog your memory, what you have learned yesterday, just to jog it, I'll repeat it again. So this is the introduction to machine learning. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, if it freezes at every time, if it freezes, just let me know. It's showing very small. Are you not able to read the content?
It's readable.
Like just the heading? Okay.
It's readable.
So let's start with the basic introduction to machine learning. So what is it about? So machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence. Its name is derived from the concept that it deals with construction and study of system that can learn from data. So if you want to construct a system that learns from data, so you have a data X, and if you want a system to learn from it, that will be the a machine learning algorithm. And when you study such system, if you provide a data to a machine learning algorithm, then you see its reactions or responses or outputs. That is the study of those systems. It can also be seen as building blocks to make computers behave more intelligently. So to perform intelligent operations or more human-like operations on computers, we use machine learning. The term itself is just a theoretical concept which contains various techniques with various implementations. So if you just install Python and then you think that, oh yes, I have achieved machine learning. Nah, it doesn't work like that. It's just a theoretical concept, and inside that we have concepts like deep learning, transfer learning, which you have to study, and machine learning is just a general term for it. As for the general definition of machine learning, a computer program is said to learn from experience E with some class of task T and the performance measure P if its performance at task T as measured by P improves with E. I know it's a bit difficult to understand it, so just copy it or just keep it in mind. Take a screenshot of it if you want. Later, just go through the definition again and see on which applications you can, on which fields you can apply this definition. And take an example of machine learning or take example of any other real life event. Is this definition applicable there? If it is, then that real life application is also a part of or is also similar to a machine learning. Then let's come to the terminologies of machine learning. First is features. So the number of features or distinct traits that can be used to describe each item in a quantitative manner. So these are the features, how we describe an item. Samples, the item which needs to be processed. So you provide a sample to a machine learning algorithm and then it processes through it and then gives you output, right? So it can be a document, a picture, a sound, or whatever you can describe with a fixed set of quantitative traits, a text file or anything that you can describe with a fixed set of traits. Like, yeah, it has this, then that is a sample. A feature vector, an n-dimensional vector of numerical features that represent some object. So what are the features of an object? Some features can be multidimensional, like it can belong to more than one trait. So for that, it is an n-dimensional vector, a feature vector. Then comes feature extraction, the preparation of feature vector which converts data from high dimensional space to low dimensional. So if you see the data in front of you, like in front of you, you see a screen. If you tell a machine learning algorithm that this is a screen, it will not know what you are talking about. For a machine learning algorithm to understand what you are saying, you have to convert a screen to a mathematical form or a low dimensional form so that it can easily understand it. Then comes the training and evaluation set, a set of data to discover potentially predictive relationships. So when you train a machine learning algorithm, it evolves itself. From the training, it learns more and more, and then it becomes better and better at in predicting some outputs. Then let's take a closer look at what I'm trying to say. So what do you mean by apple? So when the word apple comes into your mind, there are some examples you can see that these are the things that come in your mind first. So the first is a red apple. So its features are what? Red, fruit, edible, shape, right? Then some of you might also think that he's talking about Apple, the company. So what are its features? The company, its logo, its shape, and it's gray in color, right? The main company logo. And then comes a yellow apple or green apple. So what are its features? Yellow, it's a fruit. It has its shape comes in your mind, and it's edible, right? So have you seen something similar in your day-to-day life where you just define apple and then somebody has to think about which apple are you trying to say? Let me show you what I'm talking about, and I think then you will get the idea what I'm trying to say. If you search image apple in Google, it will show you all the images, right? The apple logo as well as the apple, the fruit, a green apple or yellow apple. It will show it, but it will also ask which apple are you trying to talk about. It wants you to be very definite, like you have to specify apple logo or apple iphone, apple fruit, apple clip art. What are you trying to search for? See, this image searching algorithm works on a machine learning algorithm where it scrapes all the websites and then it select traits from it. Like if you see a real life apple, then it will select the trait apple from it, and from the company logo it will also select trait apple from it. And when you search for apple, it will show you all the possible outcomes that you want. Then you can select logo, then it will change according to it. Okay, I hope you understood this reference. Then let's see the next thing. So we have workflow. So how the machine learning algorithm works. First stage is training, where we give it an input, Then we give it a feature extract. The feature extractor extract all the features from it. For example, here we extracted what features? It is red, it is a fruit, it is edible, and its shape. So the feature extractor extract all the features. Then we provide those features to machine learning algorithm, and machine learning algorithm labels them mathematically. So if you say to a machine learning algorithm what is red, it won't be able to identify what you are talking about. It will just give you output in machine code form, in a byte code form. So you have to label it that when I'm talking about this byte code, I mean this. So you label it like this. Then comes the prediction, where you provide it an input. The feature extractor extract it features, and then classifier model. So when you train a machine learning algorithm, it generates a model, and that model is used to classify between different features, and then it provides the label. So if you give input as apple, it will extract all the features out of it, that it can see that it is red in color, and its shape is like a generalized apple shape. Then classifier model will classify all those features and then provide the labels that we have already provided in training. So this is the workflow for it. Then comes the categories. So first is supervised learning, then unsupervised learning, then semi-supervised learning, and then reinforcement learning. So first see the supervised learning. The correct classes of training data are known. So here we first provide the input raw data, then some supervisor give its training data set as well as desired output to the algorithm. Then it processes it and then it gives you output. So if you train a machine learning algorithm, like you give it some data like tea, milk, and water and air, and then you train it. When you ask for it how to make tea, it will first just say that the components of air are nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide. Then you will say that no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how to make a tea. Okay. Then it will say that what the formula of water is, what? H2O. Then you again say that no, even not even this one. I'm talking about how to make a tea. After that, after some time, it will show you, it will give you the output on how to make a tea. It processes all those information and gives different outputs. But you have to help the machine learning algorithm label it. Once it knows that when you talk about tea, what output you want, it will give you that output always. Then comes the unsupervised learning. So the correct classes of training data are not known. Here we are not giving it anything to process upon. We are not giving it a training model or a desired output. So we just input raw data in the machine learning algorithm. It interprets it, then algorithm runs, then processes it, and then gives us output. So if you just tell the machine learning algorithm, go algorithm, just explore the world, and then you ask for it for something like how to make a tea, it will just give you output Lady Gaga. Like it won't know what you are talking about because you are not giving it a training data set and any desired output that you want. It will take much more time for it to learn what you want, what you are trying to say. Then comes semi-supervised learning. So here it is a mix of supervised and unsupervised learning. So first we provide raw data, then we train some of that data, and we pass the data along. When we train it, we use that trained data as a feedback to the past data. So it is unsupervised, but we are using the raw data to train the raw data. Are you getting it? We are providing the loop feedback. It provides a loop. So this is semi-supervised learning. It runs the algorithm and it gives us the output. Then comes reinforcement learning. Algorithm is continually trained by human input and can be automated once maximally accurate. So you provided input data and then it runs in a loop of environment. It rewards the state, agent, selection of algorithm, best action, and then it gives output when you ask for an output. Do you guys know of any example of where have you seen reinforcement learning where it continually trained by human input? Do you know? I'm checking the replies. Yeah, weather monitoring apps, it requires constant input where you, but weather monitoring apps can be automated, right? You can just give it the data directly from satellite and it will self-learn. It does not require that much human intervention. And self-driving cars, yeah, at first we have to provide human, like first a person drives the car and the machine learns from it. So yeah, you can say that AI playing some game. Yeah, this is also correct. But if I give you the most like common, like all of you have gone through this example. Have you ever solved a Google CAPTCHA? If you go to any website and it wants you ask if you are a robot, and then it asks you to solve a Google CAPTCHA, right? It looks like that it's asking, it really wants to know that if you are a robot or not, but that's not the point why Google provides this CAPTCHA. Google uses that CAPTCHA to train its machine learning models. It or always asks you for a traffic light, a bicycle, a bus. It randomly takes images from its Google database, from Google Earth and Google Maps, and all the images provided by people. And the machine learning algorithm first select the image in which it thinks there is a traffic light. Then it asks you for it. Okay. Then if you also confirm that there is traffic light in it, it just reinforces the idea of traffic light in that machine learning algorithm. So Google uses you to train its database for machine learning. So this is the example of reinforcement learning. Then comes machine learning techniques. So I will just give a basic overview about it. So there are three main machine learning techniques. First is classification, where we predict class from observations. Then comes clustering, where we group observations into meaningful groups. And then it goes through regression, where we predict values from observations. So these three are techniques, separate techniques. First, let's see the classification. So we classify a document into predefined category. So as you have seen in the workflow before, we are classifying the data, right? From our machine learning algorithm, it gives it to the classifier model. And let me show to you again. Yeah, here, the machine learning algorithm gives it to a classifier model. So here we use classification. So here documents can be text, images, PDF, whatever you want. The popular one is naive bias based classifier. This is a popular classification algorithm in machine learning. So what are the steps involved in it? First is train a program using a train set with a category, where category can be sports, news, cricket, and classifier will compute probability for each word and the probability that it takes a document belong to each of the considered categories. Then we test this with a data against the set model. Okay, so for its example, have you ever visited a site where it shows you what is your ethnicity? It uses your face, your profile photo, and then it tries to like estimate what your ethnicity is. Then it shows that you are 30% Asian, then 40% you are Latino, or like that. I mean, some of you might have heard of such websites. So here what it does, it classifies and then it computes probability of each word. So it computes that there is a probability that you are 30% that you are Asian, and there is a 40% probability of you being Latinx. Then comes the clustering. So it is a task of grouping a set of objects in such a way that objects in the same group are more similar to each other. So I just have showed you the example of apple, right? Here what we are doing, we are just clustering the word apple, which can have many meanings, into a single cluster. So here objects are not predefined. For example, if we have keywords like men's shoes, women's t-shirt, and men's t-shirt. So how can we classify it? We can make two clusters, right? First for shoe and t-shirt, and in shoe we will have men and women, and in t-shirt we will have men and women. Or we can cluster it into men and women, where we will have in men shoe and t-shirt, and in women we will have shoe and t-shirt. Do you understand this? Okay, this was just an example. So popular ones are k-means clustering and hierarchical clustering. Let's first see the k-means clustering. Partition n observations into clay clusters in Chich. Oh, the famous English word Chich. It should be which, but I think I did not proofread this part. Sorry for that. Okay, so each observation belongs to the cluster with the nearest man serving as the prototype of a cluster. So here you can see the original unclustered data. So in unclustered data, just take the example of Apple again. So Apple is this unclustered data. Then we can cluster it according to what? This green one can be what? It can be the Apple logo, or it can be the green apple. The blue one can be what? It can be Apple logo, and it can be the red one can be the red apple, right? So this is how k-means clustering works, where we partition n observations. So 3 observations, we partition, these dots are the observations, sorry. So we partition n observation into k clusters, in this case 3 clusters. So if the features of one observation matches another one, like if a feature of a red observation matches green one, it will move closer to the green one. So this is how clustering works. Then comes hierarchical clustering, where a method of cluster analysis which seeks to build a hierarchy of clusters. Do you know about hierarchy? Like, what does hierarchy mean? So we have something at top, then we have some 3 things below it, and each 3 of them have 3 different things below it. So this is how a hierarchy works. So there can be two strategies for hierarchical clustering. First is agglomerative. So from the name, you can estimate what it does. It agglomerates, right? At the top, we only have one thing, and at bottom, we have many things. Remember this. So each observation starts in its own cluster, and pair of clusters are merged as one moves up the hierarchy. So here we start from the bottom. So from bottom, we go up. So we can call agglomerative as bottom-up approach, right? So we first make small clusters, and then we categorize those small clusters into big clusters, and then those big clusters into even bigger clusters. This is agglomerative. And second one is divisive. Here we divide. So you can already guess that it is top-down approach. Here we divide the big cluster into many small clusters. So all observation starts in one cluster, and splits are performed recursively as one moves down the hierarchy. So you might have heard of recursive functions. So when you get to know recursion, you will know what it's talking about here. So it just moves that directory. Then comes regression. So we are done with what classification and clustering. The third technique is regression. It is a measure of relation between the mean value of one variable and corresponding value of other variable. So regression analysis is a statistical process for estimating the relationship among variables. So between different outputs, we want to make a relationship. So between tea and water, what relationship can we make? We use water to make tea, or in tea and milk, we use milk to make tea. So regression means to predict the output value using training data. So we have trained data, and we predict the output using that trained data. We provide an input to it, and that trained data in the form of model gives us output at what would be the correct output for our algorithm. So popular one is logistic regression, or we also call it binary regression, where we just differentiate between 2 things. It can be either cat or dog. It can be hands or legs. These kinds of regression is binary regression, where we just output it as 0 or 1. 0 can be dog, 1 can be cat. Then let's see the use cases. So the use cases of machine learning are what? Spam mail detection. So it can differentiate between mail content. In spam mails, there is one thing that is very common, right? Where it asks us that where do you get this mail? If you want to unsubscribe for this. But if your friend sends you a mail, will it ask you to unsubscribe for that mail? It will not ask, right? So using such keywords, we can make a spam mail detection. Then comes machine translation. So in machine translation, if you want to convert text from one language to another language, we can use machine translation. But grammar between languages is very complex. So if you go from English to Hindi, the grammar is entirely different. So you cannot just convert it from word to word, right? That's why we use machine learning algorithms, and we provide this data in our daily life. If you use Google Keyboard, Microsoft Swift Key keyboard in your Android phones, or in Apple phones, you use the iOS default keyboard. It just sends your data, what you are typing, to the servers of Google, Microsoft, and Apple. And using that data, it shows that what is the local grammar of this region, because even region by region, the grammar changes or the dialect changes. So this is machine translation. Amazon recommendations. Sadaf ma'am has already explained you this one yesterday. So here, how Amazon just knows the thing you are looking for. It shows you recommendations, right? Then comes text summarization. So not many people nowadays don't read full article. They just go to the feed and just read the main points of that article, which are displayed below the title of that article. So Google News uses machine learning algorithms to just get the important points from the article and display it to you, so you don't have to open the news. Then comes speech understanding. So Assistant, Google Assistant, Alexa, Siri, Cortana, these are the examples. You already are familiar with this. Then comes face detection. So Apple Face ID and Facebook tagging. Apple Face ID uses infrared, so it is a bit different from Facebook tagging, where it just uses image data. But these are both examples of face detection, and they both use machine learning. Then comes the popular frameworks and libraries. First is TensorFlow. It is the machine learning library, one of the most popular ones in the current tech stack. So it is made by the Google Brain project. Then comes NumPy. It is used for large multidimensional array and matrix processing. Like I have said, you have to convert high dimensional data to low dimensional, right? And how to manage that low dimensional data? You use NumPy for that. It deals with numbers. Okay, so many frameworks use NumPy as default library for machine learning algorithms, because it is easier for them to convert data from high level to low level. Then comes PyTorch. It is based on Torch system, which is a C program for machine learning, and PyTorch is an API for it. Okay, so we are using TensorFlow right now, but PyTorch is also very great alternative. And then comes Pandas. So it is a popular Python library for data analysis. So yesterday you saw how data science has a huge role in machine learning, right? So many people use Pandas for managing that data, that huge amount of data, for data science and machine learning. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Just kidding. Let's see deep learning. So in deep learning, it is the branch of study that tries to mimic human brain. Here we are going deep into machine learning. We are every variable, every set of data, no matter how irrelevant it is used just because it may provide some perspective later in our machine learning algorithm. So that's why, just like human brain, where even minute of details can change the outcome very much, it tries to mimic human brain. So the main concept is to automate the extraction of representation from the data. So from data, you extract all the representation of data, like I mean, you get the point. And then deep learning algorithms use a huge amount of unsupervised data to automatically extract complex representation. So in unsupervised data, I told you, right? If you ask it for how to make a tea, it tells you Lady Gaga. So it has all the data, but and it keeps all the data. But as the deep learning algorithm progresses, it then arranges that data in a specified order, so that after some time you will be able to ask it how to make a tea, and it will give you a much better answer how to make a tea than any other machine learning algorithm. Because in any other machine learning algorithm, it will just take in account the components of a tea, like water, milk, sugar, tea leaves, right? But in deep learning algorithm, you are giving it atmosphere, humidity, temperature. You are giving it every minute detail, and it computes it all and tells you how to make the perfect tea to drink. And by the way, I'm just giving it as an example. Like, there is no such model to make a perfect tea. So if ever we ever meet in campus, just don't come up to me and ask, sir, can you treat us to a tea, to a cup of tea? I don't have that algorithm. Okay. This is just an example, an unorthodox view on how you can weave this machine learning concepts. So don't just go and put it somewhere that sir told us that. Okay. Then comes benefits, where deep learning is robust. So no need to design features ahead of time. It just computes again and again the unsupervised data. So you don't need to give it a training model in the beginning. So robustness to natural variation in data is automatically learned. So if there is a variation in data, so if the temperature changes or if the humidity changes, then it will vary according to it and it will adapt to the temperature and humidity. Okay, it is more generalizable. So same neural net approach can be used for many different applications or data types. So even though Google CAPTCHA asks us for traffic lights or bicycles or bus, it can use that trained model to do much more than that. It's not the task of Google to differentiate between traffic lights. They use that data, they use that machine learning model to further improve their other areas of machine learning algorithms. And it is very scalable. So performance improves with more data and is extremely parallelizable. So the more data you have, even minute details, it will improve the performance of a deep learning algorithm. Then comes the weakness. So the largest data set required, the large data set require a long training time. So to train a deep learning algorithm, it requires a long training time because it has to um, process through a huge amount of data. Then algorithms tend to learn everything. It's better to encode prior knowledge about structure of the data. Yeah, you can encode some prior knowledge, like if you want to, you can encode that you want to talk about tea, so that it does not give you any random answer when you first go through this algorithm. So, and learned features are difficult to understand and are often not human readable. Okay, so in the example of Apple, I'm just repeating examples again. In example of Apple, we have red, fruit, edible, and its shape. These are how humans interpret the features. But how a machine interprets the features? It may interpret a mix of eatable and fruit. It may interpret a mix of red and fruit, right? So it is difficult to understand, and we have to later generalize it, or to tell the algorithm that no, these are different features, don't just merge them. And then it requires a good understanding of how to model different modalities. Yeah, machine learning, deep learning algorithm is much more difficult to grasp. Um, ex, um, Other machine learning algorithms are much more easier to understand than deep learning algorithms. Okay, then comes the application. First is image classification. So you can know what that animal in front of you. Is it a dog or a cat? Or it can differentiate between many animals like carnivores. It looks for canine teeth. And if the animal has canine teeth, it can differentiate between any carnivorous animal. So this is one of the application, speech recognition. So you don't need to ask who's there to an unknown number ever again. So you get a call from an unknown number, and then they say hello, and then you are not sure who is it. They are, they sound very friendly to you, but you don't know who is it. How great would it be that your phone will just tell you, hey, it's that your 10th class friend who you did not call after graduating from the school ever again, and now he's calling. And then you can just go like, oh yeah, my friend. So it will be very good, right? If speech recognition works, it will be terrifying, but it will also be pretty cool to see. Then comes natural language processing. As I have said, there are many dialects. There is American English, there is British English, there is Indian English. So to differentiate between them, we need natural language processing. So if someone says about or about, as they say in Canada, then it should be able to tell that both are the same. It is ABOUT, about. Then comes optical character recognition. So OCR. If you have ever scanned documents in your phone, you have used OCR. Some advanced applications like Adobe Photo Scan or Microsoft Office Lens, I think. I'm not sure about Microsoft Office Lens, but Adobe Scan can also detect what are the text in your photo. the book text, not your writing text, but the book text, it can easily identify and then give it to you to copy and paste. And with this, I finally end my presentation, this time for real. Okay, so did you guys understand it? Okay. Now let's move on to how to train our model. It should be a break right now, but do you guys need a break? Like we need to go with the model, right? But I don't understand this. Yes, is for what? Is for did you understand, or oh, you need a break, right? Okay, then let's have a 10 minutes break. Is 10 minutes good? Or do you need more time? Okay, on 10:30, I think we'll start with the another session. I think we'll manage. Okay, then at 10:30 it is. Okay. In the meantime, you can also, if you are done with your lunch, you can work on that GUI part. Okay. Okay, 1:30 it is. Let's take a break. Should we start? We have 67 people. See, now we are going to work with Google Colab. So you guys have a general idea of what Google Colab is, right? Okay, great. Actually, my friend Siddiq was going to take this session, but he was not able to due to some reason. But that's why you are stuck with me again. Sorry for that. And now I will share my screen. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, great. Now, if you go back to that repository, this one, you will see that there is another file in here. I have actually uploaded this file some time ago. So just go to code and copy this link. Okay. Good. Then I want you to go to your Colab. And then go to GitHub. This one. You should be able to see it when you open Colab. Which link do you copy? You can either copy this link and then add .git at the end of it, or you can just copy it from here. If you press on this code button, it will give you the option to copy the HTTPS URL of this repository. Have you guys opened your Google Colab? Okay, from the beginning. Okay, so you guys have this link. I will just post it again. Okay, just copy this link, open your Google Colab. Instead of being on recent, go to GitHub. You can see GitHub here. Go to GitHub and enter this URL here. Copy paste it. And then press enter. It will show you that it has detected a notebook in that GitHub repository. Okay, are you guys able to follow till now? And if another person joins and they are not sure what to do, just please tell them on behalf of me, because I will be, we have to copy the code and no, we don't have to copy the code. We are just directly importing notebook. So we are directly importing code. This time we are not going to write code. Okay, those who join, like there are 780 people right now. So for those who are not able to join right now, wait a minute. Okay, so go to Colab, and when you copy paste this link, it will show you this in path. It will show you that it has detected rock paper scissor mobilenet.ipynb. Just click on it and it will load that file from GitHub. As you can see here, it's loading from GitHub SHA-9840, and then it's loading that ipynb file. No, it's a session about model processing. Yeah. GitHub is just the means that we are using. Can you please share the link for collab? Okay. Go to collab. And when you open collab, it will show you on a recent tab, right? Go to GitHub tab. Okay. What is the authorization code? Authorization code for what? It's asking a code. Uh, where is it asking the code? In first cell. Yeah, don't run it. Let others catch up first. Yeah, we will run it later. I mean, are people up to this point where they have to open collab and then import the IPyNB file from GitHub? Are you guys done with this? Okay, again. Just for 2 minutes, stop spamming. Wait. Let me copy the file. Okay. Open collab. Go to collab. You will be greeted with recent tab. And on the right side of it, there will be a GitHub tab. On that tab, click on that tab, and then you will get a URL bar. Okay. Open this GitHub link on that URL bar and then click on the IPyNB file that shows up when you enter. Okay. If another person joins, can you guys just tell him what to do? I'll now move ahead. Okay. Okay. When you open this rock paper scissor mobile net.ipynb, you will be greeted with this screen, right? And it says from Google Colab import drive. So you want to import a data set from your drive. That's what we want. Here we are not using deep learning because in deep learning we have to train a data set from scratch, and we don't have enough time for that. So for just a quick session, we are going to use transfer learning, where we use a pre-defined data set, we provide it more data, and then we use that data set, the new model, to get our predictions. So it says from Google Colab import drive. For that, you have to do one other thing. Uh, open this drive link. Everyone open this. And it should be the same account that you use for Google Colab, your same Google account. Okay, I hope you guys have opened it. And when you open it, you will be greeted with this dataset folder. Now, what I want you guys to do is click on dataset and do add shortcut to drive. So what will it do? It will add the shortcut to your to this dataset to your drive, because we want to mount our drive. We cannot mount another person's drive because we don't know their authorization code. So add shortcut to drive. It will just link this folder to your drive, and in my drive folder, go to my drive, and in the root of my drive, do an add shortcut. I have already done it, so I'm not doing it again. But you guys do an add shortcut, and it will link this folder to your drive. Did you guys get it? Okay. So what were the steps till now? Open Google Colab, paste the GitHub link in it, then mount your drive. So for mounting your drive, first you have to link the dataset in your drive. You could have done what? You could have just downloaded this dataset, but it is 200, 300 MB in size, or even more than that. So it will take time. So what we are doing, just linking it. And when all of you train on this dataset, it improves this dataset. So it's just benefiting my friend Siddiq, whose folder this is. Okay, you have added shortcut. Just for like, just check if it's present in your root system now or not. Yeah, there should be this type of folder with this icon it, named dataset. You are not the owner of this folder, and you don't see any other category in this list. So dataset, do all of you have dataset in your drive now? Good. Now what we are going to do, we are going to, okay, I'm just closing this. We are going to mount this drive in our Google Colab. Google Colab, and this is from research.google.com, right? So this is not main Google product. So it needs authorization. It cannot just seamlessly integrate with your drive. It will show this notebook was not authored by Google. We know that. Run anyway because it's safe, I assure you. And when you run this, it will automatically connect with the server of Google, the server which will run to do the processing of our machine learning algorithm. It's connected. Now it's asking authorization code. So do you see this link? You will see the link, right? And guys, you don't have to follow this if you are not able to. I'm going a bit fast because we were a bit delayed in the morning. So right now I have to do it in a fast pace. So sorry for that, but if you are not able to follow it, just see my screen. Okay. Later you can see it on YouTube, and then you can go step by step to do this. And even if you don't do this, I will still show you how to use model in your project. So even if you don't train your model yourself, you will have a model. I will provide you a model. Don't worry about it. Click on this link. It will ask you sign in info. Allow. And then you will get this code. Copy it. I'll do a control C just in case, and then paste this authorization code here. And when you press enter, yeah, it's now mounted at content drive. And if you see see here, you can see that drive is now mounted. When you click on it, when you see the tree structure of your drive, you can go to my drive, and it will show that data set is present here. in between your folders, there will be a folder named dataset, and inside that dataset, there will be paper, rock, and scissor. Okay, I hope this much everyone understood. Okay, it will automatically connect. You don't need to connect it, and if it does not connect, just click here. There will be a connect button here. Just connect it. Click on it, and it will start connecting. It will initialize the connection. Okay, you guys can follow me, right? I'm trying to go pretty slow. Okay, great. Once you have mounted the drive, here it is a function to import all the needed packages. Okay, so like Python, here we are also using Python to code in Google Colab. So here we import all the libraries. You run this cell as it is. I know there are some libraries which are being like you're importing them again and again, like Keras optimizers. It's here and here too. That's the beauty of Python, that it is not like very strict with you. If you are importing it 2 times, it will be like, okay, bro, no problem. But if you use a language like C, C++, they will be like, why did you import it twice? Just include it once. So that's why Python is very flexible and it is very user friendly. Just run the cell. Okay, here CV2 is OpenCV library, which is used for camera applications, but we are not going to use camera. We are just importing image from our like already saved image. We are not using camera. Here I'm using it to resize things. Then comes our NumPy. NumPy will be for what? For our array manipulation. TensorFlow is the machine learning library, and Keras. Keras is the API, or it is the library which calls TensorFlow. It's like a middleman between us and TensorFlow. TensorFlow is the machine learning library, and to access TensorFlow, we need Keras. And Keras functions, we import it all. I hope you have just run the import function. Okay. And then since here we are using transfer learning, right? So we are using a predefined model and then training upon it. We are not doing deep learning where we are building a model from scratch. So we are using a base model from this URL, this mobile net base model. And when I run it, it will download the base model. You guys can also run it. Then number of class is 3. Since here we are only distinguishing between rock, paper, and scissor, the number of class will be 3. These are some, this is some boiler code, like it will be required for every Keras application. And then you input base model and output prediction. You just define that you're inputting what? A base model, and in output you want what? Predictions. So these are the variables, base model and predictions. Then when you do model summary, it will show you that what are the contents of the model that you have downloaded from mobile. So you can check how many models are there. Are you guys like able to follow? Okay, great. Model is not defined. Wait, I did not run this one. Okay, now I run this. So first you need to run this one. You need to run all the cells in an order. Now you get this model summary. Okay. And it shows that how many models are like compiled in this predefined model. Wait. Okay. So here are 91 models. Okay, so this number is important because here we are using transfer learning. We are not going to compile all the models all over again. Since we already know 91 models are pre-compiled, then we are just going to compile from 91. So you can see in this function, like in this cell, here we are doing what? those which are above 87, we are not going to compile them, we are not going to train them because they are already trained, and those after 87 we are going to train them. We are just setting that in this cell. Okay, here it is 87 because at the time when I imported this model and my friend imported this model, it was 87, but now it's 91. I think some are already compiled, but I'm just going to leave 87. If even if it just compiles 88, 89, 90 and 91 again, what's the I mean, it won't be much, there won't be much impact on our performance, right? And if it's not broken, don't fix it. That's like very general motto for a software developer. So I'm just going to go ahead with 87. Okay. Then we provide it with the data set. So this cell is doing what? It will provide it with the data set. So we have trained data gen image data generator. I'm not going to go into too much like information about each function. Best way to learn about it is read the documentation. Best way to learn anything is read its documentation. That's how you will be able to um, know what each function is actually doing. Okay, so I'm just going to say that here we have content drive. So this was our mounted drive, right? We have mounted this here. Then we go to my drive and this data set. It has already detected that in my drive data set is situated here. So it's already providing it with that. So target size is 224. This is the image size that I'm targeting. Batch size 64, class mode. These are just some parameters that we have to give. Did I run the cell? Okay, yeah. So it found 108 images belonging to 3 classes and 72 images belonging to 3 classes. So these are for training there are 108 images, and for validation there are 72 images. That's what the current data set has. Then epochs. So what is epochs? Epochs is it is the time it takes for one training cycle to complete. If you guys have coded in like ever used arrays in any program you have written, you would understand that just mentioning, like if you are defining an array, just mentioning array and then in square brackets 50 or 100, it's a safe bet, right? So here I'm going to define epochs as 50, even though it will just take 10 epochs to train our cycle. I'm going to define epochs as 50 because that's just to be safe. Then learning rate, then decay rate. We need all these parameters to give it to the optimizer. So which optimizer we need to use for compilation of our model? For that we need to give this. So we give opt is equals to Adam. Adam is the program name for the optimizer. We give it LR learning rate, beta 1, beta 2. Don't think too much about it. Epsilon is equals to none. Then we give decay rate 2. So we have learning rates. Using learning rate, we have calculated decay rate, and then we have to pass it as a parameter to our optimizer. Then we call that optimizer, and then we compile the model, set the optimizer, and then set metrics as accuracy, because we want the metrics to be accuracy when we see the matplot. Now comes the main part. Here we are going to train our model. So these are how we are defining the model. Epochs is equals to 10 is enough for this. Okay, and then model save rockpaper.h5. This is the file in which we are going to save our model. Then we run this cell. You guys also just run it and then leave it because it will take some time. In the meantime, I will just take some questions if you have. Fourth run, but third gives error. Then why don't you run it from the beginning again? Since I already explained it, just go one by one. Yeah, it's the trained model, the rockpaper.h5 file. H5 is the extension that we use for a model. And then we use h5py. Do you remember pip install h5py? H5py is the library which can interpret this model. So to import this model in our program, we need h5py. And yeah, it's compiled, so it's in bytecode format. It's taking too long, don't worry. It will be like, It will take some time, but not much. At most 5 minutes. Okay, so any other questions? If you want to know which system I am running, because my system is different from Shahbaz's system, so you can just see the information here. So I'm running Arch Linux OS. My laptop model is Inspiron 15. The Linux kernel is 5.10.4. This is the latest stable kernel. Uptime 1 day. Oh shit, I should reboot my laptop soon. It was open for too long. And then packages are 723 packages I have installed. I'm using ZSH shell. So there is bash, ZSH, fish. These are the top 3 shells. Mac OS uses what? ZSH. Before it used bash, now it uses ZSH. And Windows uses PowerShell. Resolution is 1366768. This is a small laptop. Window manager is where the thing I'm using to manage my Windows. Theme, icon pack, terminal is Kitty. It is a cross-platform terminal. It runs on Linux and as well as Mac OS. The font I'm using is Fira code. It is like universally I'm using this font. Even here it is Fira code. Okay. Then CPU, my CPU is Intel i3 6006. This is the reason why I'm not running Windows, because Windows would take too much CPU or clock cycles for my CPU, and my system would lag very much. And I use GPU as AMD. I have an AMD GPU, and one GPU is Intel Skylake. So this is the integrated GPU, and this is the GPU that comes extra GPU. This GPU is integrated in our Intel CPU. So that's why I have 2 GPU. The memory I'm currently using is 2800 megabytes out of, like I have 4 GB and it's using 3 GB out of it. And local IP is just local IP of my Wi-Fi. So this is information. Why am I showing this? Because we have time. It's taking longer than I expected. But as you can see that accuracy is increasing here. It's 0.3 at first, 0.8, 0.9, now it's 1. Now it will remain 1. And here also the validation accuracy should increase. It may go like up and down, but it should increase. And each epoch is taking less than the previous epoch. So it's training faster and faster as we train it more. And the loss is also like decreasing. Now it's at 8 out of 10. Soon we'll be done with this. I have a tutorial. No, it is a custom system. Like I configured the system all by myself. It's not like I'm copy pasting someone else's configuration. Though I can tell you the tools. Just message me on LinkedIn if you want to know which tools I'm using. Can anyone tell what text editor I'm using? What is this text editor? Okay, you guys are not like you're not correct, but you're not either incorrect also. It is a Vim, but I'm using Vim emulation. So I'm using key bindings of Vim, how you move in Vim at JKL. But in the on the core, I'm using Emacs. So that's the editor I'm using. Okay, are we done? Yes, this training is finally done. Okay, and you can see that accuracy increased. I mean, it should have gone more than 9.95, but I don't know why. I'm not going to train it again. Let's just go with this. Now we are going to use Matplot to plot our training accuracy and validation accuracy. So this is the code for that. Okay, I'm not going to go in details about it. Let's just run it. It shows us the graph for training and validation accuracy. Then another, we are going to plot another graph which shows us training loss and validation loss. As you can see, they appear kind of a mirror to each other, right? So yeah, it's just the same thing but in reverse. Then we are going to validate if it's correctly working or not. So we are importing matplotlib. Then here we are running validation generator. We are giving it image. It will just select any image from the data set that we have given. And when I run this, yeah, this is a rock and it's showing rock. So true label is rock, predicted label is rock. So our algorithm is working as we expected. Here we are importing OpenCV and TensorFlow. So here we are doing image resizing and all that. Then we run it. Yeah, at 0 it is paper. And it is paper, rock and scissor. This model has been trained like that. So at 0 it will show up as what? Paper, then rock and then scissor. Then these are just tests. I'm not going to run them because like these are just for testing. When we ran this, where is it? Yeah, when we ran this epoch thing, it saved our model, right? So if you go to your files, in the root of your collab directory, it will show that you have rockpaper.h5. Okay, you can either download it and if you're not able to train your model, I will just upload the model to GitHub. So in this file, I have model. I will just upload it to GitHub. Wait a minute. Okay, so we have a new file. And what should be the commit message? Oh shit, I forgot to make the font bigger. Okay, now I hope you can see this. Then I uncomment the commit and then commit it. Then I will push it to main branch. That means Shahbaz's repository. It will take some time because the model is what around, it's in MBs, so it's very large, so it will take some time. Till then, if you have a model that you have trained, you can just download it, and then in your this folder, okay, is the commit done? Okay, the commit is done, and now in this folder where you have frontend.py, just make another folder named model, and inside that save rockpaper.h5. Okay, are you guys able to follow me? I'm sorry, Rohan, I'm not able to understand what you are trying to say. I got OS error, WebHubby. So what error? What OS error? Okay, now do you guys have that rockpaper.h5? in your model folder. Okay, great. And if I show you this, I mean the folder structure, it should be on the top right side. This, I mean the folder structure, there should be rockpaper.h5, and where the there should be frontend.py. Some code changes will be there from what I will be teaching. Okay, so you have trained your model, perfect. You can also close them. Yeah, leave. Yeah, okay. Okay, we have this model. Then let's open frontend. Okay, is this font size okay? But it's just covering some fonts. I will make it a bit smaller. Is this okay? Can you guys see it on this font size? Okay, great. Now you already know that you have imported these libraries. Then what else you have to do? You have to import some more libraries like Keras, right? So let me show you the code for it. Okay, first we do what? We import NumPy. Let's import NumPy. Import NumPy as NP. I mean, most of the people use NP for NumPy. You can directly use NumPy too, but NP just makes it more concise, so it's easier to understand your code. If you are doing mp.any function, then you know it's NumPy. Okay. After importing NumPy, we need to import Keras. So we do what? From Keras model import load model. This is what we will be using to load our model. So we have what? Import tkinter, yes. Then we have from PIL import image tkin image. Okay. From tkinter we are importing file dialog. Then importing NumPy as MP. And then from Keras models we are importing load model. Okay. I think these are all that we need. Now how we are going to load this model? So let's just load it in front of our code in the topmost of our code. Okay. So we can call it whenever we want. Python is a language that like it goes from top to bottom. Okay. So if you are defining a function, if you are calling a function before defining it, then it will show an error. That's why we are just going to call load model at the topmost, so it does not show any error whenever we call it. So model is equals to load model, and here if you have saved it in your that folder model folder, then do this model, then rock paper dot h5. Okay, but if you are saving it in the same folder that you have your front end .py, then just do this. Okay, if you are saving for like make it a more like code proper to understand it, to easier to understand, we divide it into folders. Then model rock paper dot h5. Okay, I hope you are like understanding it, what we are doing here, importing, and then we are calling load model to load the model that we have trained right now. Is this much understandable? Okay, good. Then what was the remaining function that we had to do in this frontend.gui? It was classify, right? Okay, good. So here is where we are defining classify. Here, why are we using lambda? Because this function, the image data always changes. In command load image, we are not passing any variables, right? But image data changes. When we are calling rock.jpg, the data changes, right? So this function is we are like, this is dynamic function. It's not static like load image. That's why we have to say lambda, because if we do not say lambda, if we do not define lambda that it is a lambda function, then it will create multiple buttons for each rock, paper, and scissor. And we don't want that. We just want one button to classify every image. Okay, then in classify image data, here we are passing image data, but in classify but in this function, classify function, we are just renaming it to file path, just for the convenience of it. Now in classify, first let's define a variable image is equals to, here this image is what? This is the function from our PIL. So we image open, and which image we want to open? File path. Then we do what? We have to resize. Do you remember that in our that collab, I resized all the photos to 224. Here we are going to do the same, because that will make it easier for the prediction algorithm to predict it if all the images are of the same size. Then image, I'm just going to overwrite over image because we don't need this variable again to open anything. We don't need this value again, so I'm just going to overwrite it. Okay, so what will be the function for it? Image resize, and then inside this we pass to what value we want to resize the image. Okay, so we are calling a method on this image variable, and then we are passing that value to image, so it's overwriting image. We could have used another variable, but this makes it much easier for the code to manage. We don't have multiple variables when we need all those variables just to do a single thing. That's not like very feasible or very like easy to understand. And then image is equals to, now we are going to call numpy. Do you remember I've talked about how we have to change from higher dimension to lower dimension? You have to change data from higher dimension to lower dimension, right? So how the image is a higher dimension? Like it's very difficult for a program to understand what an image is. It can be anything. It can be a dog, it can be a cat. So to convert it into mathematical data, we are going to use numpy, because we know that it is the library that deals with numbers. Just remember it like that. Numpy dot expand. So it expands the dimension of image, and then we pass image to it at x is 0. NumPy deals in arrays, so we pass axis for it. Okay, then all these values will be what? Will be from, it will be from 0 to 225, right? But for our prediction model to work, we need it from 0 to 1. So to convert a value from 0 to 225 to 0 to 1, what can we do? If I have a value 198 and I want to convert it to a form which is between 0 to 1, what can I do? Does anyone know? We know that value 225 is okay, correct. Yeah, Shubha, it will be divided by 225. So here we are going to divide by 225. So image is equals to image divided by 225. Sorry, yeah, 225.0. Now we put the put our image into our model to predict the outcome. So we define a variable pred, and then is equals to model dot predict. So we call the predict method on this model. We call the model predict method on this image. Okay. Then we need to serialize the values. So we need the values in 0, 1, and 2 form, right? So for that we define another variable serialize is equals to np dot argmax, what the value we got, at -1. I'm not going to go into argmax much, but just understand that we have to run this function. Okay. Then we know that first is paper, then rock, then scissor. This was the model that we trained. So we just define a class for it. So classes is equals to, we define an array that has all three of these: paper, rock, and scissor. And then here we call result. So what will be our final result? So res is equals to classes, and since classes is an array, we need integer values like 0, 1, and 2, right? So we typecast it to int, and then we pass our serialize. Okay, are you guys able to understand it? It will pass it as two-dimensional array, but since we just need the value of serialized for just the first value, we pass 0 because an array starts from what? 0. Then serialized value will be what? It will be between 0 to 1, 1 to 2, or 2, yeah, 0 to 1, 1 to 2. It will be in that form, -1 to 0. So we serialize it, and then we just, when we typecast it to integer, it give us the class. If int serialized value is 0, it will give res as paper. If int serialized is 1, then it will give res as rock, and if int serialized is 2, res as scissor. Okay. Now, since we have got the answer, we need to print it, right? But we need it in our GUI. So this command, print command, is for what? Console. We don't need it to print it in command prompt. What we need to print it in? We need to print it in GUI. For that, we have already created a label, right? It should be somewhere here. Where is that label? Label for result. Yeah, it's here, right? Since we have already defined a label, we are not going to redefine it. What we are going to do is we are going to configure it and then update it. So we are going to just change the value of text from this label here. For that, we can call config method. So we have result re as your result dot config, and in config we just need to change text. So text is equals to res. That is our result. So it will change text to result. It will be paper, rock, and scissor. And to send this update, we need to send this configuration change, we need to update the label. For that, we just need to call result dot update. And we can just remove this return. It's not doing any work. Now we are done with the code. Now we have integrated our model into our GUI. Shall we run it? Are you guys able to follow? It shows these errors, right? It's showing error in what? Something CUDA related. So CUDA is an API for NVIDIA cards. And I have already showed you, I have Intel and AMD cards. So that's why CUDA will not work on my system. That's why it's showing warnings. If it shows warning in your system, don't find it. Then I choose an image. I go to images, paper, I open it. And when I classify image, it's perfectly classifying it as paper. I choose another image, scissor, scissor. Yeah. So this program is working as we wanted. By the end of this session, you have learned what? How to create a GUI, how to train a model using transfer learning, and how to integrate both of these. Okay. Were you guys able to follow? Was it easy to understand? It's showing error. Okay. What error is it showing? Oh, it's showing TensorFlow version 2.2 required. Which version of Python are you running? 3.9.1. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, that install TensorFlow 2. TensorFlow is tested and supported on the following 64-bit systems: Python 3.5 to 3.8. 3.9 is not supported. That's why yesterday I specifically told that install 3.8.7, because we are using that system, and it will be very easy for us to troubleshoot it for you. 3.9.1 is not going to work. If you want to use if you have to use 3.8.7, even in my system, if I go to my system, okay, I open a terminal, Python version, it's showing what? It's showing that I have 3.9.1 installed. Even I have 3.9.1, but for this project, I'm doing what? I'm creating a virtual environment, a Python virtual environment. Here, what happens in virtual environment? In this folder, it makes another installation of Python just specifically for this project. So in this folder, I have what? Python 3.8. So when I go into this folder, it will run Python 3.8. All the files, all the binaries for Python are installed in this folder only. So for it, it is very useful to containerize using Python virtual environment. If you want to know more about it, you can Google it, how to do it on Windows. I'm not too sure. So if you want to run this project, I mean, if it's just showing TensorFlow error, it should be fine. Just Google how to do a Python virtual environment, how to initialize a Python virtual environment, put all the files in that virtual environment, activate the virtual environment, and then you will be able to run it. You have to also install PIP and all that. Again, I mean TensorFlow and all that just for that system. Like that's the downside of using a virtual environment, because for each and every project you have to use uh, you have to re-download all the libraries. So if you download it for a single folder, and if you want to create another TensorFlow project, you won't be. That's why I told that go with 3.8.7. So it will be downloaded on the system wide. Okay, were you able to understand? Good. Now what I'm going to do, you guys don't have these images, right? So I'm going to upload the images too. So what I should upload image, And this bin, lib, lib64 and py environment are for Python virtual environment. I'm not going to upload this because it has the entire Python system installed. So it is a 1 GB file. And don't upload these on GitHub. These are for your personal use. If someone else wants to use your system, they will, if someone else wants to use your code, they will set up a virtual environment on their local system. They won't upload it to GitHub. So even you should not do that. Okay. So I have staged the changes, then I commit them. Okay. I have uploaded the images and commented. Then push URDE 5984. Okay. See, the most recent commit is now what? Uploaded images. So yeah, the images are now in GitHub. If I go to GitHub, okay, all the files are here. Now for those who are not able to follow it, follow all the instructions, let me tell you a single thing. You can do what? You can go to code, click on code, then download zip. Okay, when you download zip, all these files will be downloaded in a zip format. See, then you can download it to any folder you want. Okay, download it to the download folder. And when you are done with it, you can unzip the downloaded folder and then run the program, and it will run. It should be able to run because all the files are already present here and they all work. I have just uploaded them as you have seen. So those who are not able to follow, just do that, make the changes to front end py. I think tomorrow I will share one more Google form for the screenshot. Okay, that will be the final one where you all have to show what changes you have made along with if it's working properly or not. Okay, so I will stop my session here. So you are done with the first session. Now you will have the afternoon session. Okay. Well, yeah, you have afternoon session. This was just the first one. See, in morning we started late, right? So our whole schedule got a bit shifted to a bit delayed. So sorry for that, but I thought it was most like sensible if you were able to do the GUI as well as the integration of model to GUI in on one day. I could have taken the session on another day, on like tomorrow, but then it would have been very difficult for you to recall all that I have told you today, right? Okay, so you guys have 10-minute break. Go take a break. Then we'll start with the afternoon session. Okay.
Hello everyone. So we'll be starting the session now. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so I hope everybody can see my screen. Okay, so I get some responses telling us. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so basically this session is about image processing and some machine learning techniques. So the final end product will be some real life application. So in order to develop that real life application, you have to be you required to be knowing some important packages that we will be using. So in this introduction I'll be covering those concepts. So before going into the presentation, I would like to introduce myself. So I'm Maitri. I'm pursuing my pre-final year in computer science at the DSU. I'm also one of the 10 girls who got selected to the LinkedIn as a mentee. I'm currently working with Wipro company as a project assistantship. I've also interned and freelanced at many startups. So now that you got to know about me, how I would want to know how do you feel today. So you have this is a poll, so you have to go to this website called pollev.com. So you just have to go to this website. So I'll type this on the chat box as well. It is there in the chat box. So you can go to that website and you can start polling. So you can tell me how do you feel today. So the question is how do you feel today, and there are some emojis to the left, and you can just choose whatever is your mood or how you feel today. Okay, so I've started getting responses from people. Okay. Okay, so it's good to see people responding. Okay, so the poll is full. I will. Okay, so I'm in the next poll, so you can start polling now. Okay, so it's great to see you people happy at this time. Okay, so let me go to the next part of the presentation. So, do you know what is collaboratory? Yes, okay. So you have been using Collab since yesterday, so you'll be knowing what is collaboratory. So can you see my Collab? Can you see my Collab? The one which I opened right now? Okay, okay. So this is a collab. So you all know what collab is. You have been using it from yesterday. So I'm not going to teach you again about it. So what I'll do is I will share you the link of this collab so that you can work along with me. Okay. So the link is in the chat box. So you can work along with me. So this is the collab that I'll be working on. So basically, collab makes your things easy, right? So you can run Python just in the browser, right? Whereas if collab was not there, you had to install packages and everything. The use of collab is that the important packages libraries are already inbuilt installed pre-installed. So that is the use of collab. So um, so you guys told me that you know about collab, so I'm not taking this poll. uh, so let me tell about what I'm going to speak right now. So basically, we'll be using certain libraries in the hands-on session, which will be taking place after an hour or later. So basically, in this hands-on session, you'll be doing a real-time application. So in this real-time application, you have to have some basic knowledge about NumPy, Matplotlib, and also the scikit-learn. So I'll be covering these libraries. I'll be showing you certain simple examples using these libraries in this session. So first, let's go into the NumPy. So what is NumPy? So you have been using NumPy, so you know that using NumPy, we can work with arrays. The default in Python is a list. So we don't have arrays in Python, but we have list. This list in Python is not continuously allocated. So that is the disadvantage of list, which makes us use the NumPy, which helps us work with arrays. Okay, so you also know how to import NumPy. So this is the syntax to import the NumPy. Once you import the NumPy, there are different methods that is there within the NumPy that you can use. So one of the method is np.array. So what it does is it takes input as a list, and what it gives you as an output is an array. So here you can see this is a list. So it takes this list and it converts this list into an array, and you get it here. So okay, so when I print this is a array, this is not a list. So inbuilt, it is default, it is a list, but it is converting it into an array using the NumPy. Okay, so you might get a question on why should we use array, right? So I told you previously, because it is continuously allocated. Since it is continuously allocated, what is the use is uh, calculation and things becomes easy and faster. So that is why we are using array. Okay, so and then there is another method in the NumPy, that is invert. So basically, what invert does is it takes an input and it inverts it. How does it inverts it? Is by the bitwise inversion. So this is the bitwise representation of 1. What it does is wherever you see 0, it converts to 1, and this will be the output. So this is the bitwise representation of -2. Okay, so this invert method will take one input and it inverts it. Okay, um, true is actually written as 1. Okay, so if you give true as the input, it will give you false as the output, because the inversion of 1 is 0. Okay, so you can see here I have given an example. So I've given true as the input, true and false. So the output of this will be false true, because it is converting true to false and false to true. How is it doing is true bit number is 1 and false bit number is 0. So when you're inverting it, you'll get false and true. Okay. Then we have np.shape. So basically, this method will return the dimension of the array. For example, you have a one dimensional array, you'll get one input. So if you see here, this is one dimensional array, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4 is a one dimensional array. So when I say np.shape of array, I'll get 4. It means that there are 4 columns in this array and there is no rows. Like it's a one dimensional array. There is no rows, only one row is there. So that is the meaning of shape. So basically the shape returns the dimension of the array. Okay. Now I've taken another example where I have a two-dimensional array. Okay, it's a 2 cross 3 matrix. Okay, so I have 2 rows and 3 columns. So when I say np.shape of this array, I'm getting the shape as 2 3, which says I have 2 rows and 3 columns. Okay, there's another method of in NumPy, which is sort. So basically what sort does is if you give an input list or an array which is not sorted, you'll get an output which is sorted in the ascending order. So you can see here, this is an array which I'm giving, and I'm telling it to sort. So if I use this command np.sort and give the array which should be sort, I will get the output as the number which should be which is in array which is in sorted order. Okay, and then we have np dot reshape. Okay, so what happens sometimes is that you'll have a one dimensional array or a two dimensional array or anything, and you want to reshape it. Okay, so if you want reshape means if you have one dimensional array and if you want to convert it to a two dimensional array, you can use this reshape. Okay, so for example, if you have 1 2 3 4 as an input, and if you say reshape it to 2 comma 2, and if you send this, um, if you you'll get the output as 1 2 3 4. It is a 2 cross 2 matrix, the output. And also always remember, the reshape will give an error if this value does not give the length the total number of elements in the array. So for example, if you can see here, I have one array with 12 elements, and I'm telling reshape this one dimensional array into a 4 cross 3 matrix. Okay, so if I do this command, my output will be in this way. It is a 4 cross 3 matrix. Okay, so you can see here there are 4 rows and 3 columns in this. What if I do reshape 3 comma 3? So this is an error, right? So there are 12 elements and I'm telling reshape it to 3 comma 3. So that will actually give me an error. You can see my array size is 12 and I'm telling the reshape to make it 3 comma 3. We'll be losing some data. So that is why it is popping up an error. So this reshape value should be equivalent to the elements in the array. Only then you'll get a proper output. Okay. So before going into Matplotlib, I have one poll. So you can go to the same poll link which I shared before, and I have one small question. You should answer it. So the link is right here. So you have to go to pollev.com/my3gel067 and you can start polling. Okay, so I've started getting responses. Okay. Okay, so the poll has crossed the limit. So I have another poll. Okay. Okay, so I see people 48% in this poll and 12% in this poll gave the right answer. So the answer for this is, you can see here there are 3 rows and 4 columns. So the answer is 3 comma 4, not 4 comma 3. Okay, so yeah, so I think very less people got the right answer. Next, let's go to the next library, that is the Matplotlib. So why are we using Matplotlib is, it is a low-level graph plotting library. So you can graph using this Matplotlib. So it makes your life easy by in which you can plot it very easily. Okay, so how do you import? So the import is this. So you have to import it like this from the matplotlib, and the pyplot is the one which helps to plot. And what I'm doing is I'm giving an alias name to it as plt. Okay, so for example, if you want to draw a graph where x is 1 to 3 and y is 1 to 3, so what you're supposed to do is you can have one array or a list where you have all these coordinates. Okay, so you can have x is equal to 1 to 3 and y is equal to 1 to 3, and you can plot. So plot is the method which is there in the matplotlib that helps you to draw the graph. Okay, so and what you're supposed to do is you have to give two parameters, that is x and y. So when you give the x and y, even if you don't give this command to show, this will run. But it is good if you provide this command to display the graph. So when I give the command as plot.show, it will draw the graph for me. Okay, so now what if I have only y-axis and not the x-axis? So in that case, what uh, what the plot command will do is, for every index, it will for the x-axis, what it does is it itself gives its own now values like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here I'm giving only the y points, I'm not giving the x points. My y points are 3, 8, 1, 10, 5, 7. So what happens is I'm not given any x points. So at 0, what happens is 3 is plotted. So here comes the 3. And at 1, 8 is plotted. The point 8 is there. And at 2, there is 1. So like this, if you don't give the x-axis, it will take the default values as the index of these array. Or you can say that x points will be as a default like 0 to whatever is your index, whatever is your length of the array. Okay, so next is subplot. So here you saw only one graph. What if you wanted two graphs to be displayed next to each other? So in that case, you can use a subplot method. So basically, the subplot method will take three arguments. Okay, the first argument is the rows. It tells you how many number of rows you want, and the second argument tells you how many number of columns you want, and the third one will say at which index should the current plot should be there. Okay, so you'll get a better understanding when I explain this uh, example. So basically I have x and y coordinates here. Okay, so I have x as a straight line, and another coordinates as well. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm telling plot dot subplot, I want one row with two columns, and the current plot should be at the index 1. Okay, so what happens? This plot will be placed at the index 1. So you can see for the 1 to 3 is a straight line, that is here. And then what I'm telling, for the next plot, that is with at the first row, second column, this plot should be at the second position that you can see here. So this denotes the position where the current graph should be placed. So you can see here, I told 2. So the next plot will be plotted here. So now I have plotted next to each other. So in this way, you can have plots which has two rows and one column also. Okay, so I have a poll before going to the next library. So you can go to the same link and start uh, polling for this question. So I have a small question and an easy question. How many arguments does the subplot take? Okay. Okay, so Okay, so have the next poll, the same question. Okay, so I see a lot of people telling wrong answer as well. Okay. Okay, so the poll has stopped accepting the responses. So 38% of people told the right answer, plus 44% your. Okay, so only less people gave me the right answer. So let me go to the next, the scikit image. So basically, what scikit image is, it is a child, or the root of the scikit image is scikit-learn. So scikit-learn helps you in the MATLAB things. Okay, so a scikit image is a child, or it is with below, which comes below the scikit-learn. Okay, so basically in the scikit image, you can do the image processing. Okay, so how to import scikit image? So you can import the scikit image using this command. And okay, so there are a few inbuilt data sets inside the scikit image package. Okay, so if you want to use them, then you have to call this import. So from the scikit image, I am importing the data. So this will give me the data set. So for example, I have one image called camera in the data set. Okay. So if I want to use it, I'm telling data.camera. So data.camera will give me that image, and I'm saving that value inside this variable. Okay. So basically, when I print the camera, I'm not getting the image, but I'm only getting the matrix, or if I can say, what is the colors which is inside this camera image. So later on, I'll be showing uh, how to display the image. So now you're able to see only the matrix. In the next further session, further I'll be telling you how to display the image. So now you can see that this camera variable has only a matrix, right? So this matrix, if you want to know the size of this matrix, you can say cam.shape. As I told earlier, in the NumPy we have this method called shape, which gives the dimension of the array. So what I'm doing, I'm telling cam.shape. So what it does is it gives me the dimension of this array. So the dimension of this array is a 512 cross 512. So the image is a 512 cross 512 image. Okay. So now I told you how to read an image which is already present in the data set. But what if you want to read an external image? Then you can use from the scikit image, there is this IM read, which you have to import it. So I'm importing this functionality from the scikit image .io. So basically the IO denotes the image files. Okay. So from that I'm importing IM read, and I'm reading a image. So what I have done is using this upload command, upload option, I have uploaded one test image from my system. So you just have to click this, and you get a from where you can upload it. Okay, so I have uploaded one image, and what I've done is, if you click on it, you can copy the path. Okay, so I have copied the path and I've pasted it here. Okay, so I have pasted the command, and I'm reading the image. So I am reading that image, and I'm placing it inside this variable called img. So now my img have this image. Okay, so what if I want to display this image? I can use cv to imshow. Okay, so basically I should have used imshow to display the image, but what happens is, But what happens in collab is IM show is not working. So there is some problem with the IM show. So if you want to do the IM show, what you have to do is, so I'm just showing you how you can learn how to do it. So in this code snippets, you get many examples how to do. So if you want to do anything, you get right away examples here. So just scroll over here and you can see one example which says showing CV2 images. So this example is helpful for you to display the images. So if you want to learn how to display an image, you can click on this. So that will give you this output. Okay. So this is the example which is there in the CV2. And what it says is if you want to display an image, you have to import CV2 IM show from this library. Only then you can use this method. Okay, so after using that, what I'm basically doing is this is the example which is loaded from here. So what it does is it takes the collab logo, it saves it in your you can see when you run this, you can see there is a image which is saved in your folder. And what I'm doing is I'm reading that image and I'm displaying it. You can see I have displayed it. So this command will work only if you use this import. Okay, so yeah, so using that I have displayed this image here. Okay, next so for example, you have an image and you want to convert it to a grayscale. So how do you do that? So you can you have this in the scikit image dot color. You can import this method or yeah, so this method where you can convert a original image to a grayscale image. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is from the data set. So the data set, as I told, has many images within it. Okay, so what I'm doing is from the data set, I am taking the astronaut image and I'm saving it into this uh, variable called original. Okay, and if I want to convert this original image to an RGB image, what I have to do is in the RGB to gray, I have to send a parameter as this image. Okay, so when I send the parameter as this image, I will get a grayscale image. And then the rest is nothing but I'm just plotting it next to each other using the subplot. You can see as I told in the MATLAB. So matplotlib, so the same thing, I'm just plotting the two images side by side using the subplots. Okay, so I'm also giving the title here. So the original is by setting the title, I'm setting the title original and the grayscale. This was example for the astronaut. So I there is another image in as I told in the what is that data set as well. So that is the camera image. So you can act the same way you can access the camera image as well. This is the same code. I just replaced the in the place of astronaut, I've replaced it with the camera and I've got the camera image. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm taking the camera image using this method. I am converting the original image to a grayscale image. So that is all I'm doing. And what I'm doing here is I'm just plotting them in side by side and I'm giving them a title. Okay, so so this is the same thing, but what I'm doing here is I'm reading an external image. Okay, so the this I have have imported one image here. So I'm just reading that image and I'm plotting it, I'm converting it to a grayscale. So this is the same code, but I've just replaced with different images. Okay, next we have to see what is thresholding. So if you see the what is that matrix of grayscale image, it is still not in zeros and ones. Okay, you still have some point values. The gray in the color of gray is a different value. Okay, so since the color of the gray is different value, you don't get a binary image that is in zeros and ones. If you want an image to be in binary, then you have to do thresholding to that image. So how do you do thresholding is, so in the scikit image, there are filters that you can apply it. So what I'm doing is I am importing try-hall threshold from the scikit image filters. So what this method will do is it applies all the uh, all the thresholding methods which are there. Okay, so there are many methods to threshold a given image. So you can see there's an what I'm doing is I'm taking from the data set, I'm taking the camera image and saving it into the image. And what I'm doing is I'm passing to the tri-hole threshold, I'm passing the image and I'm plotting it. Okay, so when I'm plotting it, you can see the different methods. So this is the original image. Using the ISO data, mean or triangle, you can get different thresholding images. Okay, but what if you want one type? So if you want one type of filter, you just have to take you have to import filters from the scikit image. And then what I'm doing here is for you have to get the threshold value in order to threshold a given image. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the data coins. So this is one image. So data.coins is one image which is there in the data set. Okay, so I'm taking that image and I'm placing it in the coins variable. And how I'm getting the threshold value is in the filters. If you give threshold.otsu, it gives the threshold value which is required to convert your image to this format. Okay, so it gives the threshold value. So I'm passing the coins as the parameter. So it gives the threshold value and it is saved here. Okay, the threshold value is so the threshold value is this one. So 107. Okay, next what I'm doing is with this threshold value, what I'm doing is I am converting this image to a binary image. How I'm doing is I'm using this command. So basically when you use this command with this threshold value, it converts the original image to the binary image. Okay, so if you see the if you see the matrix of this binary image, you can see everything which is in zeros and ones. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, so these are the different processes which you will be using in the coming hands-on session. So we saw how to read an image, then we saw how to convert the original image to a grayscale image using the RGB to gray. And then what we saw is how to convert a original image to a binary image, that is which is only in zeros and ones. So yeah, so that's it for the introduction. I think you can have a break for 10 minutes and um, we can start the hands-on session after this break.
Hello guys, it's me Naveen. Let's start the hands-on session now. I exactly know how you feel at this time to sit in front of laptop for the entire day. Let me share my screen. Yeah. I hope you can see my screen now. Yeah. Let me basically introduce myself. I am Naveen, currently pursuing a BTech in Dayanand Sagar University. I am currently studying in 6th SEM CSE. When it comes to my work experience, I have worked in as a student intern in Nokia Bell Labs in the field of virtual reality and robotics. As I am currently tied up with Wipro as a student intern also. Is my audio not audible? Right?
Naveen, you're audible.
Am I audible, Maz?
You're audible.
Yeah, when it comes to my professional passion, I am always passionate about AI and ML. And when it comes to my personal passion, I am always passionate about to pursue my professional goal in basically as a fitness guide and trainer. To know more about me, you can contact through me through LinkedIn. My username is Navine. And also, if you want to know me personally, you can contact me through Instagram as well. My user ID is at Call Mishriki. Now let's, without wasting further time, let's jump into this thing. Basically, whenever we are trying to develop a real-time application, we should have some aim or a problem statement in hand. The problem statement, what we have here is basically now in a current traffic signal or something, you have seen the cameras which will be focusing on a vehicles who violates the traffic rules. Basically, whenever there is a signal jump, where it will basically capture. For example, let's take the rough survey of how many vehicles are there in India. There are almost 21.5 million vehicles which are currently on progress, which are on road. If for example in 1 hour, if there are hundreds of people who are violating the traffic rules, it will capture all those data or images of a vehicle. How exactly will the police department or the department which is basically tracking the camera will keep a track of all these images? They want the number plate as well as the number, so that they can send the fine receipt to them, or they can file a complaint case on them. So in this session, I will show a real-time application, which is nothing but the license plate. Where is it? Okay, license plate identification system using the optical character recognition technique. Now let's go hand to hand. Now basically I will share this collab link with you so that even you can work along with me. Just from your side, I want the cooperation, just following my instructions so that we both can be on the same page. Let me share this collab link with you. Anyone with the link? Okay. Chat. You all can open this collab thing. Just let me know in the chat box when you are done with opening the setup this collab. Then I will guide you how to download the data set, etc. Just open the collab. Done. Few more done or yes responses from you. Yeah. Now if you closely observe it, in this automated license plate recognition, let me just give the outline what exactly we are doing in this. Basically, whenever we have images of car, now for example the police or the camera which is there on traffic, this signal or this thing, it will capture a pictures of this car or something. Now basically our main aim is not the car, it's basically the number plate and the number. So we have structurized this entire application into 3 parts. First is basically to identify the number plate from the car. The second part is basically gathering all the characters which are first identifying the number plate, then gathering all the characters which are there in number plate. Then the third part is basically storing that only we need the characters in number plate. We don't want the number plate background color. We don't bother about those stuff. We want the number so that we can file a receipt. The last step is basically we will just store that as a string in particular one list or something. Now basically the step one is basically you can open this drive link in which you will get a zip file. Let's go hand to hand. You'll get the zip file, download that zip file. You download that zip file. I've already downloaded. Don't extract it until I tell it. Yeah, you'll get the dataset zip as like this in your downloads folder. Now basically the second step is go to the Colab. Okay. Oh, now go to Colab. If you can see this 4 options, click on the last option in which file option. There is this option of upload this. Upload. You just upload the zip file inside this. The downloaded zip file, only not the extracted one, the zip. You should directly upload the zip. Upload the zip. You'll see this zip file in this. Can you see that zip file? Are you in phase with me? Yes, one more S. Can you see the zip file? Did you upload the zip file into the...
Repeat the process once again.
Okay. Basically, did you guys download the data set from this drive link which is present here? Just download the data set. You will get one zip data set zip. Let it be this. Okay, now go to the Colab in which you have these 4 options. If you can see these 4 options, you have these 4 options. Click on this file option. Then there is a file upload. Click on this upload. Upload that zip file. Upload that zip file. Then you can see the zip file here. This is basically basic setup for the data set which we are using at last for training the machine. Are you done? Uploading. Yeah, I will give you time. Yeah. Yeah, take one more 20 seconds. Let it upload. Please let me know when you are almost done so that we'll not waste much of the time in uploading this. Yes. Yeah, I got few yeses. Okay. Now basically you have step 1 is basically was to upload the file into dataset, which we have already done. Now basically it's a zip dataset zip. Now we should unzip the dataset. Now the command what is there to unzip the dataset is basically exclamatory mark unzip. You unzip it. Try to execute this. It will unzip all the images which are there in this folder, which we will use it to train the data, train the machine learning model. Was it unzipped? Yeah. Yes. You can eat it. Okay. I can understand the network. Anjana, are you done?
Naveen.
Wait. It's like only one person wants me to repeat it. So, Namaz, just type the steps in chat box so that she will...
Yeah.
Because we can't wait for... Does many of them have the same problem or all are in phase with me? Can't find or open error. Why? No, I will repeat it once more here. There is a drive link which is there here, dataset link. Open the drive link. You will basically get one zip file. Download that zip file. It will be stored in downloads in your case. Suspend the participant activities. Not permitting share screen chat. How to disable this one? How will I disable this? Okay, this is the dataset zip which we downloaded from the drive. Now the step one was basically to upload the dataset. How will you upload it? Basically, if you see in Colab, you have 4 options here, in which the last option is files. You click on this files, you will find 3 options here. One option is basically to upload the file. Click on this upload the file. Now you have basically redirect it to the downloads in which you downloaded the zip file, then open it so that you can see this dataset.zip here. That was step one, uploading the dataset. I think you guys did till there. Now basically you have that is a zip file. Now you need to extract that zip file. To extract that zip file in Colab, you can't directly extract it as you do in the normal system, but in Colab you should use some commands. So exclamatory mark unzip. The path has already been set up. You just need to execute this so that it will be unzipped. Are you following the step setup? The guy or a girl who said that they can't open it. Open error. Where is that open error? Yes. Okay. Now basically the step one is done. Now let's start. Now basic data set we bought into the Colab. Now let's start implementing. Now in the below snippet of code, this were the packages what you learned in the introduction, the scikit-learn, the matplotlib. This were the packages which we are using here. Now basically we have a car image. Okay, this is basically the extracted image in which we have a car image. Let me give one brief introduction. Now basically when a people like normal people, when they view this image, they will feel like they are seeing a car with some background cars as well. We as a AI engineers or machine learning professionals, we should see in terms of pixels, we see in terms of RGB color, grayscale, etc. Now if you closely zoom this or something, if you zoom this in further, you can see some small dots in it. Those are basically pixels. All the entire images basically are made up of pixels, which are row, column, etc. This was basically what image is basically. Now basically this was the image in which we will be working on. Now if you see this, we are reading that image from this folder which has been extracted from this zip. We unzipped it, we extracted here. Now from that we are redirecting it to and reading it in and storing it in car image. Now we will print the shape of the car image. Let me execute and compare and show it so that it will be clear. Yeah. It's executing. Yeah. If you see this, the image of the car is basically, it has 548 rows and 700 columns in it. That was basically car shape which I am printing. Now basically in order to, why exactly are we converting into grayscale? Why exactly are we converting to binary image? You know, whenever they speak about image processing, they will be converting in. No one will tell why exactly they are converting. Basically, we as a human, we can differentiate each and everything, but our intention is to find the number plate in this condition. So in order to mainly focus on what exactly we want, we'll just filter out by step. So we are basically, initially it will be a color image. So we are converting using this 3 steps of code. We are converting into grayscale. Now this threshold, now basically we are converting into binary. This was first layer of filter. Now the second layer of filter, basically we are converting this image, grayscale image, into binary image. As we all know, binary representation, which is nothing but zeros and ones, which will basically say wherever there is more number of pixels, it will basically make it into a black colors, entire black stuff. Wherever the pixels are very less and very few, which is not required, it will make into white, so that half of our work is already almost done. See, the background car images and all is almost eliminated. You can see only the number plate with few more extra stuff here. Now the next step, this was the first step. I hope this still here it's clear. Yes, no. Yes. Did you execute? Did you saw the output? Did you get the output? Yes. Now I will give you 10 seconds of time. Just try, see that code and try to analyze whatever I said. Try to analyze whatever the shape, the pixels, whatever I said, the comparison, grayscale, why exactly it is converted to grayscale, why exactly it is converted into binary image. Yeah, you have 10 seconds. Now basically the first layer, the first step was to import the image, bring the image into the collab, then reading the shape of it, then converting to grayscale, the binary image. One part of the filtration is done almost. Now the second part. Now basically in this second part, we are using the connected analysis algorithm, or we should identify what exactly the images are connected, or which exact image has the edges. For example, why exactly we are doing it? We know that the application mainly deals on license plate. Let's keep on target. Let's focus on license plate. Let's eliminate. Let's try our maximum to eliminate all other unnecessary stuff here. So when we know that license, how exactly we know that license plate look like a rectangular shape, it has some edges. So by keeping that in mind, so let's identify what are the components in this image which has some particular edges. This part will basically identify what part of this grayscale image has the particular edges, and this lines of code will basically mark a red box on the identified edges or the connected regions here. Now as we know that if the area is, if the pixel size or the area is less than 50, it will obviously not be a number plate. So we are neglecting those stuff, because a number plate will anyways it will be in white color. Upon that there will be some characters involved in it. So the number plate will have its own pixels, along with the characters will also have its own pixels. Multiplied, there will be more pixels. So we got one more clarity on what exactly we should eliminate. The things which are of less pixels is no use for us. We need number plate. That was the step what we did here. Did you guys execute those? Okay, wait. There are some doubts. Where it's okay. Multiplied in gray image, it's in binary. It's multiplied in gray image in binary. Okay, that's one doubt. Yes, the bounding, we are creating a code. We are writing a code snippet to basically mark on the regions which we are has some edges and concentrated regions, so that we can eliminate further things which are not required. So in order to see now, basically if we don't write this code, we can't see where exactly this has been highlighted. So we are building a red box for each and every images here. Now okay, now I'll give 10 more seconds for you to analyze what exactly we did in this second step. Basically we want to filter it more, so we are finding the edges and corners and highlighting it using a red border. Are you done? Yeah, cool. The next step, let me first execute this so that it will be clear. Yeah, now basically now this part of it, this snippet is basically we'll import all the packages which is required. Now we as I already said, our main intention is to target and find the number plate from a car image. Now we know exactly how a car number plate image, exceptions they might be square, they might be heart shape, that is not my problem. It's generally it will be in a rectangular shape. We have a rough idea. So in this part of the code we'll specify the dimension, like rough dimension, so that our image, so that this square box, other images which were highlighted, other edges will be roughly eliminated from the image. So if you see here, we gave a rough estimation of how exactly this number plate will be on the size. We specified the size, etc. Now if you see here, all initially in initial statement we had these images which were selected. If you closely observe, now basically we are just selecting this and this three images. So initially in this code snippet we gave a criteria. So our image, this number plate may look with this coordinates. It might not be very small, it might not be very big, it will have some rough dimensions of this much we gave specified. So it specified based on our criteria, it highlighted what exactly it might be. So this number plate has these dimensions, the criteria match Along with this, the headlights also has this criteria, the same criteria, because both all these two headlights are of same size of this number plate. Even that is highlighted here. Now our aim is almost everything. We came to a end of finding the number plate from a car image. Now we should eliminate this and this. Now exactly to make this clearer for you to understand, what I did is directly I know this is array 1, array 2, array 3. 0 in indexing, it will start from 0, 0, 1, 2. Now where directly I will crop this image from this to array 2, and then I will start working on it. Now in this part of the code, I will basically do the image segmentation. In this part of the code, I will just do the image segmentation, in which all the character, I will create one other boxes, rectangle type for all characters. I will highlight it with the boxes. Then I will use this for our further process. That was the first step, in which we should identify the license plate from a car image. Don't worry about the lines of code. When you have a problem statement in your hand, when you know how to approach this solution, then it's easy to code for you also. But from practice alone, Aramse it will come for you also. Don't worry about the lines of code. You exactly target on the concept, how exactly this is done, and try to analyze, compare the code with the output, what was expected. Are we matching the requirements or something like that? Am I clear on this stuff still here? Yes, no? Yes. Okay. Now, who is this? No. All of a sudden. Maitri. Yeah. Now let me just, for your sake, Maitri. This was the package which we are using, NumPy array. Now basically, whenever we are dealing with the image, now directly image can't be extracted, or we can not do direct manipulation on image. So we are basically, all the images for machine learning are in terms of array. We are trying to manipulate the array, so we are using this NumPy, and then we are inverting it, as you saw in the introduction session. Invert, we have used invert. Then we are plotting that image. Now, if you closely observe this, I have declared a character list here, in which I am storing all the characters of that image, because in number plate we have the numbers. I am storing all these alphabets in the character. This column list, why I'm using it, basically in a number plate, for example, let's take KA04, that it should be in order. When it comes to when we are appending it, it must not be sorted as in a chronological order. So if it is like AK, which is it is alphabetical order for us, it's correct. But when it comes to number plate, it's not valid. So I'm keeping the prioritized list, prioritized index in this column list, and then manipulating all those stuff, and then storing the values which are there in the what we extracted from the image segmentation in the character list, which was initialized. See, if you look here, the characters from this, the resized image, I'm creating a red border to it, then resizing it, then the resized image, that is not image, basically I'm appending the characters to the character list. In order to keep the track of the arrangement of characters, I'm appending it to the column dot list, and then, am I clear till here? No. You basically, now for better understandings, in order to reduce the length of the code, I have just I know basically it was like two headlights were highlighted along with one number plate. So I knew that exactly it is at a location 2. So I directly took and I am manipulating on it. That's the reason. This was done, but I did intentionally. I took a 2. I didn't. It was not randomized. Intentionally, I took in order to minimize the length of the code. Directly, I am manipulating on this number plate because my intention was directly to manipulate the number plate. Now, basically, we came to the second part, in which character segmentation. Character segmentation first was basically identification of this number plate, in which we identified the number plate. Now, basically, we are picking the characters from the number plate and appending it to the character list. Character segmentation is done. Then the second part of this is basically we should build a machine learning model so that it will understand what the characters are, and then it will print to the user. who is using this application. So in order to build this machine learning application, now basically we are importing, this is basically we are creating a model so that we can, using this model, we can train the data set as well as use it for validation, as well use it for test case as well. Now if you now let me show how exact data set look like. The data set has zeros, one, images of 0, images of 1, images of 2, like random images which has been filtered out. 1 2, because all the characters which are there in the number plate will be of this only, the 26 alphabets along with 1 to 9. Nothing can be out of it. So our we should train the model, the number plate, the characters which are there in number plate will be in from this only. So we should you should try to analyze what characters and print it. So we are specifying all the letters as well here for more accuracy. We are reading the data from the training data set. Where is it? From the training data set, the path is specified as, where is that path? For the data set, which I opened now. This was the path. In this data set, we have the training to 20 to 20, in which all the data images of the data set is present. I have specified the path. Now in this model, I have segregated all the images into 3 parts, in which I'm using few % of the images for training the data. This is the part which is done here in the training section, and then comes the validation. Then few images are used for validation purpose as well, which basically we are using a 4-fold cross model to do the validation, to see for a rough estimation whether the training model basically meeting our requirements or not. Then at last part, basically we will test the model. Now let me run this. This was a model built. There are many models which can be built according to the, but we have used a 4K model here, 4-fold model. This is the model. For more accuracy, we have used it. Yeah, if you see here, this is the percentage of training data set. Validation is successful, accuracy is 97, and testing is 99%. Then we have used 4-fold model. Now this was basically the setup of the model. Now basically we have the image which has been cropped, we have the characters in it, we have the model which is ready to identify. Now the last part is to see whether our system is working right or not. After running this, you just see the output. Then I want one question from your side, which I am expecting. Let's see who will identify first. Yeah. Now basically, now we imported the required packages. Now by using the model which we have trained, we are basically classifying the models from, we are taking the characters which were stored in character list and comparing with the model, and then predicting what was the image, what was the characters which were there in the number plate. This was the characters in the number plate. Now basically as a whole, let me try to compare this with how exactly this system will be used by a traffic police or the traffic police system who is taking care of this. Now basically this is the same technique which is used. At last they want this number plates, number, only number. They don't want any images, they don't want what type of car, they don't consider the rate of the car, nothing. They want this number. So they will use this technique, this image process technique, to basically segregate the numbers from the number plate from a particular card capture who has violated the traffic rules, and then they will send the receipt. This was one of the part of the real-time applications, how exactly you can use the machine learning technique as well as the concepts of image processing as well. To briefly summarize what I told initially, okay, wait, let me just keep a track. Did you understand what exactly?
Naveen, they have some error, it seems.
Where is the error? Like where exactly is the error? It's showing something like error 2 for the last one.
Does the error say anything? Can you?
Like, can you type the copy paste the error? Vedant, that's the reason we documented it very nicely. Below the code snippet, we gave the what exactly the code will do, the what snippet which actually do. We gave the documentation also. Uh, you got the error. That error was solved or what, Anjana?
No, she found the error and solved it, I guess.
No, the error is not solved yet. If you could copy paste the same error here, then it would be. Okay, basically, if you want to summarize, basically we had an image of a car in which our main task was to let's follow the solution path. We had a problem. Now the solution path was basically the outline. What we thought was just we have an image. Now we need the number plate. How exactly we will reach to the number plate? We kept on segregating, filtering out the unwanted stuff. Initially, we converted into grayscale so that it will not be disturbed with the other colors. Then we convert into binary for better accuracy or result. The second step in which we highlighted all the edges or corner borders so that we'll reach close to that number plate so that we can do the character segmentation from those number plates. And then we thought of basically eliminating the other unwanted stuff by giving the criteria how a image looks like. We had a rough estimation. We gave a rough estimation or rough values how a number plate looks like. Then it resembled the number, whatever criteria we gave. It resembled three parts of the image, in which directly, instead of me searching it in order to reduce the complexity of code and make you understand better, I didn't go for a further. If you want to do, yes, yeah, I saw one error in which how exactly you will identify 0, 1, 2. If you want to further directly, if you want to analyze where exactly this number plate is there, if you observe this these two images, you just now red border wala that is highlighted now basically you can choose only those type of images. You can crop only those images by making all this as black. Now at last you will be having 1, 2, 3 images. Now if you compare, if you see these 3 images, you will know the pixels value. The pixel value in this is very less because it doesn't have any characters involved in it. It is, for example, let's consider it as like some grayish color. This grayish will have very less pixels when compared to this, because the along with this grayish, the characters pixel also will be multiplied. Then the pixels will be more. By those comparison, you can just take this only these values instead of choosing the array 1, array 2, array 3. For the person who asked me this related doubt. For reducing the complexity of the code and to analyze, since we are doing a real-time application, to analyze the application of the image processing, just I took this image and started with the character segmentation. I stored all these characters which were segmented into a character list, which was initialized here. And then in order to keep a track of the order in which the characters should be, I have a column list as well, so that it won't be disturbed and it won't be replaced with the chronological order. So I created a rectangular border on each and every characters and appended it to it. Then the next step was basically from importing the data. We had data set which was uploaded here. Now basically using the data set, the model should be created so that it can predict what exactly the numbers are there here. Now we had 3 parts in this machine learning model. One was the training set, which we used some part of images to train the model. The second was basically to validate to see whether it is matching with the requirements. And the third was basically to test exactly whether it's working or not. This was basically done in this building a model for here. Now the last step was basically to actually see whether our entire application is working or not, whether the model is accurately working or not. Now basically it has shown the output, what exactly it should be shown. The list, this was the last requirement what we were supposed to have. This was a overview. I expected one question from your side. Is there anyone who found out that problem here? There is one problem in this entire code. Two post. Vatsal, I didn't understand what you exactly meant. Why is it giving 2 posts? 2 plates. Where is it giving 2 plates? Oh, yeah. That is one. Yeah. You identified it right. Yeah, that is one part. Now, second, that was one error what I expected from your side. Yeah, Shubha, you're right. The solution is not matching. Yeah, can anyone tell me why exactly this error is there? This was intentional error to see whether you guys are understanding the concept or not. Now I got to know you're understanding something. Can anyone, the final answer is not matching. Yeah, you're right. It's not matching with the, it's not matching. Can anyone give me the answer? Training insufficient. Yes, you are right. One part is right. Benson, you are right. One more. Data set is small. Yeah, Harsha, you're perfectly right. Yeah, the training data set is very small. The reason why I took this training data set very small is basically if I start to train with like thousands of image, 10,000 of image to increase the accuracy, it will take more than half a day. That's the reason I took very few images. So it's not giving an accurate result. So basically the task for you, what from our side, from team 2, we are giving is basically collect some few more data set and train with those more data set and see whether you are getting the actual result or not with accuracy, 100% accuracy. This was just predicting whether this might be the output. This might be the output because it has insufficient number of data set. Maz, please note down the person's name who said the answer right first. Keep the track of him. We had an insufficient data set. That's the reason it was not giving an accurate result. So this was the error which was intentionally made so that you will have some hands-on experience when you try this personally. I will give the path also what exactly you should do. Collect more data set, store in the same folder the many images of the same zeros, ones, twos, etc. Then you try to train the model. It will work. More the data set, more will be the accuracy. Or one more method, even if that is not working in your case, you can change the entire training model only. There are many models which can be implemented, machine learning model. This was basically 4K model, 4-fold model which was implemented here. You can use Keras, TensorFlow. There are plenty of models or algorithms in which you can build a machine learning model and then you can try to implement this. The only error what we intentionally made was basically reduce the data set and give the inaccurate result so that people to see whether people are really understanding or not. I hope everyone tried to execute each and every line of the code. If you have any doubt in any of those segments, you can post here. Because training data set. For now, we don't have the data. We don't have, Rohan, we don't have the data set. You should just download the data set, random data set from any of the websites, and then you should only try it out. So that you will understand how exactly, even you will learn how exactly we can collect the data from external sources. Then which model was used. Basically, we used 4-fold model here. Here, you can use Keras as well.
So the main thing is the more you train the entire program, the more it will become more accurate. And this is not just limited to license plate or anything. You can recognize anything which can be taken as an image can be recognized, as well as you can mask information in an image, and you can check emotions of faces using image processing. Image processing has a wide range of options we can use to automatically artificial intelligence anything. Machine learning is basically part of machine learning. So you can basically gather data from any image you get.
Now there is one more question. Why are you manually selecting the number plate? We can use object detection to the number plate. Okay, Harsha, there are 3 parts in the image processing. One is basically classification. One is basically the object detection, and one is the image segmentation. In this concept, in this entire application, what we built, we are using the concept of image segmentation concept, which is a huge concept. So only we are not directly focusing on the object detection as well. We can do that object detection. I'm not saying all the inputs, whatever given, we can't do, because for a single image to convert into grayscale only, we have plenty of options. Just think how many models can be used to train to identify. This was one of the methods in which you can do. I'm not telling you can't do, you can do using object detection as well. But in this situation, we used image segmentation concept. Why didn't we upload an unzipped folder instead of uploading? Okay, for your doubt, Sahana, see here, data set. If we don't up this thing, this I have extracted already. If I try to open, it won't open. That is the problem with Collab. That is the configuration which Collab gave to us. We can't open directly the entire folder. We want the entire folder, so we are bringing the zip file into Collab, then extracting it. Then how do I know which classifier to use while modeling for better accuracy? This will come from trial and error. We can't tell directly how exactly which classifier to use, because there will be plenty of classifiers for one particular image. It might be blur. One particular algorithm might give an accurate result, and for other set of images there might be other algorithm which make you accurate result, which it will come from trial and error. Like directly we can't, no one can say which will give accurate result.
So basically, image processing is not every time accurate. It can be 99.9% accurate or 95.6. So basically, image processing has various approaches. You can use Keras method. You can use image processing method. Any method you use, you won't get 100% accuracy. There will be some ratio of error. So how much error you decrease, that much accurate it will become. So that's the main point. You can never get 100% accuracy.
In this session, entire session, we wanted you to just understand what image processing is basically from an engineer, from a normal person's point of view. What exactly is the image from AI point of view, or a AI engineer point of view? How exactly he will think about an image in terms of pixel, grayscale. He will always think in terms of this, how to filter, all those stuff. This was covering the basics of image processing, how exactly in terms of engineer. Then how exactly you can implement into a real-time application. Instead of using each and every like basic command which will make you bored for the entire day, we thought of bringing you something which is useful. We just found out a problem. We found out a path, how exactly we will approach to a solution. We had each and every step involved in it, how exactly we'll go to that reach that path. We had a code snippet which gave a result accurately, but the only problem, we didn't concentrate on the number of data set. We did intentionally because training the data set will take longer time. If you had seen in the previous session, which I noticed in Sudarshan's session, even he had some data which took little time. We thought wasting your time on those stuff, it's not so efficient, we thought. So only we reduced the data set. So it gave almost, it was predicting like it predicted it is coming in the same order, almost it predicted, but it's not accurate. That now the task what we are giving is basically you gather some of the more data sets and use the same, you copy paste this code somewhere, or we will upload this entire code into GitHub and share this link on the Google Classroom itself. It will be best if you copy this thing Collab URL in somewhere and keep it for your further use as well. It is documented as well, so you can just train the model with more images. If you have further doubts, you can contact me through LinkedIn as well. I will be on active always on LinkedIn, or you can.
And if you want to train the data model more, right, you can. There are many number of websites which give you data sets so that you can train over them. You have Kaggle, you have many other websites, so you can download those data sets and train the model over them. But it will take a long number of time, but the accuracy will be higher. So that's the main point: accuracy.
This was the session. I hope this session was very informative. My teammates have put a lot of efforts to make this more beautiful and document. The team Maz, Maitri, as well as myself, we took information from many sources and then documented. Understanding this code and then making it into 2 lines was very difficult task for us, so that you will understand easily what exactly this piece of code meant. I hope you understood. This session was very informative. Yes or no? Yes, no. It's like you can contact me on LinkedIn. My username is Naveen A. Yeah. Now we will send you a feedback form in which you just give whatever you felt on this session, And we have a rating scheme as well. If you find this session very useful, you can rate from a scale of 0 to 10. Okay, wait. Just a general doubt, in which semester you guys, and probably we would have training stuff like this. I'm not sure. I'm from CSE department. We started learning by ourselves. We never, when we joined DSU, we never had this option of artificial intelligence course. We never know. Yeah, Vedant. I'll paste somewhere. Yeah, you can just connect through LinkedIn. Mine ID is Naveen A. That's it. There is no need for link. You know. So wait, we can provide you the link.
So I'll be posting a simple quiz on the chat box. Please answer the quiz.
Yeah, I posted my LinkedIn ID in the chat box. No, Vedant, you don't have another session. Like tomorrow you have a session. We had a time slot of till 4:45. I don't wanted to trouble you guys, so I made sure I will come. I had completed in 1 hour, I guess. No, you don't have another session. Maitri, can you share the feedback form?
Yeah, I'm sending that.
Yeah. If you feel this session was very informative, yeah, sure. Let's meet one day. Yeah, we are sending the form. Please fill the form. Please rate our session from 1 to 10. The feedback form has been shared in chat box. Please fill the form.
Naveen, I think so. There's another feedback form from the college.
We'll send this same feedback form. No, we were given the authority to do the feedback. You remember, Shraddha ma'am had said us to create a feedback form of our own. We'll share it to the management also. The same thing. Yeah, if you are done with the feedback form, thank you for the day. Wonderful spending time with you guys. Hope both the sessions were useful. I thank each and everyone for attending this session, and also thank my teammates for providing you the information related to machine learning in AI. Tomorrow also there is one more small session on k-means algorithm and some of the useful algorithms. Hope that even that will be useful to you. Thank you all.
Thank you.